Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another Relaxa stream, or something like that anyhow. I should be able to do a certain amount of Minecrafting today. I admit I started the day by fooling around with a new version of Pressure, because I thought I would try to figure that stuff out and refine the algorithm a little bit. It's a little hard to say whether it worked. Although I did come up with a good way of doing the dry-wet control for the new version. Uses a soft saturation like the original Pressure did, but it's only on the wet part of the dry-wet control, and it is being, the gain of it is being applied twice. So as you fade over to dry, you're also modulating the saturation back, meaning that the transient information can be slightly more heightened. And I don't know, I guess I'll see how it works out. But for now, I draw your attention to one thing on this particular video game, which is trying to sell me things, like it's summer sale or whatever. Note that it is using my skin in an advertisement, so that's cute. Hey Afghan, I don't feel very heroic today, but not so much talking about anything as much I am simply jumping into Minecraft and derping around with whatever I have going on here. Which is apparently, well, it's going to be evening soon enough. It's doing whatever I'm doing in this context, which is probably going to involve two things. One of them, running this goofy thing that I made the other day. It is a chicken bomb, in that it takes the eggs that the chickens lay, such as that one, and fires them from the ceiling to create more chickens. But it's not on yet, because I turned this part of it off. So I can only assume that this has been running while I was away, or that somebody's been here, because it's generating large numbers of eggs. That's why I have a switch. If we turn the switch on, it should start firing eggs out of there at the rate that that part of the device runs. So that was the initial idea there. And the rest of it is just a matter of, I'm going to fool around here planting bamboo and stuff. I'm glad I didn't actually, I'm glad I turned that off now. If it's running without me being there, that's a noticeable thing, right? That I would have thought it wouldn't run. I would have thought these chunks would be unloaded, but maybe people are playing sort of off over. You can't get through the bamboo very easily. Maybe people are playing over here and had these chunks loaded. Anywho, it turns out that it was a good choice for me to shut that off, because it produced large numbers of eggs, meaning those chunks were loaded. And if the rest of the machine had been running, I would have a chicken bomb on my hands, and everybody would be lagging out. Also, hi there Afghan, hi there Esteban. To be perfectly honest, week isn't going great, but at the same time, it's not all that terrible. Oh, look, I am still carrying lots of these, so... I might as well continue part of my plan, which was planting lots of these, so that I have a densely packed bamboo island. That, or just abandon the idea. Yeah, the reason it's meant to be a chill out week. Like, this is meant to be not pushing hard and getting all of this stuff done week so much as just derping around doing things. I've been doing a little bit in terms of I've set up one of my little MIDI controllers, this one, with a different set of colored keycaps there, because I designed it to work with Pointy Guitar rather than Pointy Deluxe. Pointy Deluxe being the one where there's 10 controls and they are all frequency controls, much more finely grained than the original Pointy Guitar. But the original Pointy Guitar has things like it's a gate, the noise gate, and the output control. That controller has 8 sliders rather than 10. So if I want to use this one with Pointy Guitar, I have to leave off the gate and leave off the output and just not use those. But it does have a gain control in front. I've got 5 frequency controls and the filters for the bandpass, which serves as a amp-like sounding thing, speaker-like sounding thing. And that's probably going to be something I will want to have on tap anyhow. Yeah, that is a Music Thing modular, like M8U or something. Let me unplug it one more time and look at it. Maybe you'll have to get other glasses to be able to see it properly. Modular 8MU. So it's a sort of DIY kit. I enjoy DIY kits, and I bought this one from Thonk in the UK and soldered it together. And I'm very enthusiastic about it. I have much fancier MIDI controllers, like the one that I bought from Yaletex. All of these things I just buy. I'm nowhere near big enough deal for people. Well, people try to give me stuff, but it's like weird Chinese companies that are just trying to sell to any possible YouTuber and do not care. So that doesn't really count. The kinds of people making anything worth having aren't paying any attention to me. So that is not really a thing, one might say. So what I was doing this morning, and I didn't want to get so heavy into it that it became a whole exhausting thing, because I've been pretty exhausted lately. I wanted to reinvestigate compression, because I'm not entirely happy with the compression in Chimey Guitar. In fact, before I go and do a dedicated Chimey Deluxe for really fine-grained work, and I'm going to have variations in all of these things, it's the sort of thing where that comes in handy. Like, I can see that being useful. So I do have a Chimey Guitar plugin, and I do have Pointy Guitar, and I'm expecting to put out Pointy Deluxe. Can I make Auto Chicken Farm? Why, funny you should mention it. Let me walk through these densely forested bamboo harvest. I literally have exactly that. This is 2 separate oscillators, each of which has a flashy light. Come to think of it, I could put some torches down here just to sort of double ensure that I'm not getting random spawns. In theory, something could spawn as the light is off, so I might not want that. But the way this works is it draws in any eggs that have been produced, including one that apparently just got laid there. And as it happens, it's worked through the many stacks of eggs that it had there already. It's not a very fast oscillator, but it doesn't need to be. And it's produced a number of baby chickens here already. So the number of chickens in here is going to increase. If I wanted to go and like turn them into chicken meat and feathers, one thing I could do is shut the switch off, namely this switch. And if I shut this switch off, it stops firing the eggs up into the top. The one on the top is still running, but the one on the bottom has been shut off. I'm going to turn it back again. Yep. It actually requires a dispenser up top, but the one on the bottom is a couple of droppers firing upwards into a glass area. And so eggs go through the glass area and show up in the water stream, and the water stream puts them into another hopper, which puts them into the dispenser, which then fires. Oh, Afghan, if only it were true. It's really not, but one thing I am very determinedly doing is making stuff for people. And there's not that many people who are more productive than me in that way, so there's that, at least. Now, let me see. I feel like maybe I would like to clear out this tree while I'm at it. I'm not really quite sure why it's there, but it is. It doesn't need to be. By the way, that there is somebody's idea of a joke. They had a witch farm, so they had an enormous quantity of redstone, and I have taken to keeping all of my earthly wealth in Minecraft here in tangible form. So this is the amount of iron that I've got. Over here, this is the amount of diamonds that I've got. And then I've got some lapis. I've got a goodly amount of emeralds there. I should go and do some trades with villagers or something. I've got some gold. I've got a fancy glowing obsidian and whatever the heck this is. I think it's a lodestone. I could make a compass be magnetized to that, and then it will show up. And then I have this ginormous stack of redstone. And that is coal. And that's quartz. And I've not really, I can't put a roof on this because, well, how would I make the roof be that tall? So, oh well. But yeah, this was my idea of have this be a place where I can keep all of the stuff that I've got in tangible form rather than stacks in a chest or whatever form or in my inventory. Figured I might as well keep stuff in literal piles. If regular wealthy people had to do that, it would be very funny to watch. Oh, and I have some copper. And it's time for me to take a nap. But yeah, honestly, the reason I'm not shiny for advertisers is because I'm simply not good enough, or interesting enough, or important enough. But I'm important enough to do the things I want to do. Well, that's a thought, good circuit. It's one of the things I'm thinking about. I just haven't really put it into practice exactly. Might or might not actually work. what I know will work is running around planting bamboo and all of these spare pieces of grass to the best of my ability. And that'll use up the mass quantities of bamboo that I amassed in just this way. And if I don't like it, I'll do something else. But yeah, it's downtime week. One of the things that I enjoy fooling with is biorhythms. It is the concept that even just an ordinary person, you know, like I'm a man, but apparently I am subject to monthly or rough monthly cycles anyhow, because I guess it's just one of the things that happens to you being a human. Either that or like I'm a werewolf, and so I am subject to the time of the moon that way. But that's probably not. Anyways, I wouldn't be a werewolf. I would be a werecat. But my biorhythms are set up in such a way. This, give me that. That I am on something of a downswing at the moment. I am kind of feeling it. I'm kind of feeling a not being on top of things very well. Oh, one of the things I wanted to do was set myself up with more paper so that I could do amusing things with maps. I wanted a map that showed this little island, and I'm not going to be able to do that quite that easily, but there will be a way that I can get this fairly well centered. I'm going to have to swim out into the ocean to do it. So I ended up with a map that was useless because, well, essentially I made a map and it was centered completely off of this little island. I was looking for one that would be centering this little island. And so I went and I gave it to the person whose build that is. Like whatever that is up there, I found where they were and I climbed up and I put the map in one of their chests. So there's a map that basically shows their entire environment with my little island sort of off the edge of it. By the way, I've got some stuff to do here as well, in that I should move all of this random junk to other chests. I'm currently looking to see if I have other chests handy. Also worth figuring out whether there's a good place I can put them. Also, I believe I can move this entire thing. Don't even have to make the bookshelves again. It's just not a very efficient way of chopping bookshelves. But yeah, my hope is that I will fire up maybe next week or the week after and do a whole bunch of more coding, a lot of the things that I'd be interested to do. And hopefully that'll be nice. I'm trying to have a nice little backlog of plugins that are worth having, that people might be excited about. And I've got a couple of more reverbs coming out. My hope is that it's living up to my wishes of how I wanted that to be. It's a little hard to say whether that's true or not. I have such high hopes for these things and I do the best that I can. They don't always come out the way I wanted. The reverbs, on the other hand, I feel like the reverbs are coming out the way I want. So there's that. And the putting bamboo on every square inch of this little place is also kind of coming out the way that I want. I'm going to need to make some paths, and I'm going to need to make some more. Do I have more? I was looking for more chests, but that's not where I'm going to find them. Do I have anything on me that I can put into here? Well, I can put the enchanting table in there. This is like my valuables chest. So I suppose I could put like random things like that in there. Probably don't need to put dirt in, or a fishing rod, or who knows what. But yeah, I don't honestly have a suitable place for chests, because I want to get these chests out. Maybe the underground area is what needs to have chests built into it. But yeah, my hope is that I would be able to do something along those lines. But I kind of like this place being where it is. I could make a stairs down to an area that was just all the chests all the time. That could be amusing. Because that area is more decorative than anything else, but it's meant to be that way. Afghan actually was asking what ambitions I have with Godot. And I am also working on other things with Godot. Just right at the moment, perhaps not as much. But I am actively working on stuff having to do with the Godot engine. Specifically, I have my program for generating the reverb impulses. And that's the thing that's bothering me with that is simply that I have made the thing with the reverb impulses, and I continue to pursue it. And I'm also able to evaluate this stuff by measuring it. What I'm doing is going and measuring, come to think of it, I could just put all the chests on the roof. That's silly. Why would I do that? No, not doing that. I could make a stairwell that goes down from here, and that would be where the chests live. And then this area would be finished in granite wall. But I bet you that would be a place I could put lots of stacks of chests and have those be a working, effective thing. Yeah, the reverbs are going basically okay. The thing that frustrates me with the reverbs is simply that, well, it's hard to know whether they're going properly. Like, I'm generating all these new impulses, and I try to calculate it out in such a way that the new versions of Into the Matrix are producing better reverb algorithms. But I'm also able to evaluate them in two ways. One of them, of course, is listening. Listening is always important. But another way to evaluate them, let's see, can I make those into polished granite? Presumably I can. Don't need slabs, but I'm going to be moving all of this stuff around anyway. Oh, and a spare chest. I can start the chest making scenario. I could drink this and have raids, I guess. Oh, there's some chests. Okay. Well, that's handy. I was looking for something like that. And what I'm finding, oh, and let's also take these, because this whole scenario is not what I thought it was going to be. Meanwhile, that noise is a zombie, but I don't know where he is. Doesn't sound like a water zombie. And one would think that was what you would normally get around here. Okay, so that might be a start. So I can evaluate the reverb algorithms, which is basically the numbers that you punch into a Hausholder matrix. I don't know if Cardinal has Airwindows modules. The code is there, but you would have to be working presumably with the, and I could also have the enchanting area downstairs too. Hang on. Allow me to clear my head and finish my thoughts, whatever those might have been. I'm sure they were great thoughts as they stood. What's making the, is that, did you do that? These speakers are not that loud, but they are loud enough to startle me, and I'm not at my best today, so sound quality of things might very well be messing with me today. It's the sound quality of the reverbs is what's been messing with me because, like I said, I am able to generate these algorithms. Oh, look, I need this too. I'm able to generate these algorithms. I could put lights here. Come to think of it, I could probably put lanterns, redstone lanterns there. You're going to forgive me for being all scattered and not knowing what I'm doing. The thing that's annoying me about the reverb impulses is I've been generating these for some time. I've got lots of them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that when I generate new ones using the program I've written to do that, that they're necessarily better than what I already have. I can get into a situation, let's see where, polished granite, there we go. Lovely, a few more polished granite. I can generate the new ones, and the hope is I have come up with the new analysis for making the best possible algorithms, and they're great. And so the next time I run a batch overnight in the way that I do, and end up with an enormous quantity of stuff to measure and analyze and figure out, that it will lead to the result being fantastic and great. That it will lead to the stuff that I'm making being wonderful and good. And that doesn't always happen. I can spend days trying to make these reverb calculations, like use primes in a new way that should produce good results, doing all of that stuff, and then I will generate the end result of like calculating that stuff out. So I'll have a new batch of reverbs, and it's very exciting. And I'll spend who knows how many hours and hours generating new ones and then measuring them and calculating them, forming them into like literal reverb plugins that I then run on audio stuff, and that takes hours as well. That's most of what I do during the day when I'm not streaming or live coding or something like that, is I will be busy doing that kind of stuff for hours and hours and hours. And I'm trying to accelerate the reverb calculations as best I can so that it'll more efficiently start producing what I'm looking for. And then I might find that the ones that are sounding the best, because again, I can listen to them, but I can also measure them. And I worked out that if you measure them, having a high peak energy relative to RMS seems to translate to convincingly deep, distant sounds from the reverb. It'll make stuff sound farther away. If it's more peak happy, rather than more RMS happy. RMS will make it sound like louder reverb, and in fact I'm still keeping the ones that are RMS heavy because that might have its own qualities. End up generating, like, I don't know, a cavern reverb or something, which is dedicated to having a thick, cloudy quality, or just something to that effect. Something along the lines of, like, this is the rich, lush-sounding reverb, which makes a thick pillow of reverb that you can drown in, right? And I don't always get the results out of the newest ones that I generate, even when I spend hours and hours on them. Sometimes it's the previous one. It's one that I did like last month that is still coming out as great, and the new stuff that I'm doing is no longer giving me the results, at which point I have to figure out what did I do to screw it up. So that's a challenge. It's the kind of challenge that I have to deal with, because that's just how that's going to be. Like, I basically, if I made modifications where my thing isn't working as well as it had been, I'm the one that has to go and fix it. And that's why I'm a little burnt out at the moment, is I've been doing lots of that. It's worth doing. It's all fine. It's just that, you know, it's a lot. Well, I know I can do a temporary thing here. Boop. I'm going to end up coming out with some more appealing kind of lighting, but for now, this will do. What happened to the fish? Random fish got killed in the process of derping around here. I like the idea of doing more in terms of those redstone lanterns, seeing as I had so much fun with redstone and all. To the extent that that counts as fun. I think it was, like, yesterday, Tuesday, the process of figuring out this stuff was in fact kind of a lot of fun. It's going to produce a mass of chicken in here that stacks up to the roof, basically. Not really, but I don't think they can do that. But I can make a really large number of chickens there and then shut this off, and then it'll start gathering up eggs at a phenomenal rate. And what that means is I could do the lava thing that somebody was talking about, and then have it turn itself back on again, and the whole thing will start up again. Yeah, no, Esteban is entirely correct. What I was able to do on Tuesday was basically having careless fun. I think my parrot is taunting me a little bit. It is making weird noises like the splashings of dolphins and whatever. But I mean, whatever. If that's what it wants to do, then knock yourself out, I guess. So what I wanted to do was firstly make a cool basement area. And there's a couple of things I could do there. One of them is expand it outwards to the side a little bit by placing stairs, because I may actually end up needing to get lots more granite. And I'm not sure how easy or difficult that's going to be. I think there is more for me to go and find. But I kind of had in mind putting a bunch of chests in. Oh. Or I could have it be a diorite basement. Like, it's all very well having everything be granite colored, but I could also have it be in diorite. That would make it a lot lighter, although it would stop it being like this theme. So I think maybe I want to keep it That's that theme. I could steal a bunch of, well, no, these are, I could steal these things just to make into a basement. That, because I was talking about wanting lots of stairs, and here are lots of stairs. Maybe that's going to be the answer. And then are these whole blocks? I think they are. So this whole area is going to become my basement instead, and I'll replace this with something else. Or go and get more granite and do it that way. Or just fill everything with bamboo. I don't know. I'm certainly going to have the capacity of making things out of bamboo blocks, because damn. And then get the ones underneath. That's probably the sound of a monster. I can pass the night by sleeping. Boop. So now I have a little more in the way of stuff, like 55 polished granite stairs. So if I wanted to make my downstairs massive chest area, for what that's worth, some people are fans of massive chest area, I'm not gonna lie. My style of that is basically doing push-ups and lifting weights, so I have massive chest area in a different kind of way. It's all good. So let's see. So there can be straight blocks there. But then everywhere around here, I can get some of these blocks back as well, because they can turn into stair. And if I do that, it looks exactly the same from up above. But I have more space under here, and also chests can be opened up into this. So I can place chests like literally right there. And I will do exactly that thing. And maybe I will make further space back into here. Yeah, figuring it out. The thing I like about this is it really doesn't matter. I get very hung up on having my plugin stuff work and matter and be really good. And that's fine. It's completely fine to be all hung up on wanting things to be good and amazing. It would be more fun if it worked that way all the time. I run into situations where the thing that I'm trying to do is simply not measuring up to what I would like. And that is rather frustrating. But, you know, you can go into Minecraft and stuff doesn't really matter very much. It's just a thing. It's just a Minecraft thing. So let's see, how many chests would I get in this area? Also, can I make it be recessed using even more of these? Perhaps I can. I'm kind of counting out the granite that I have available. In hopes of that working out okay for me. This is going to be gone before very long. but it's a normal diamond shovel, so repairing it doesn't really make any sense. I can just get a diamond and make another. Okay, so if that recedes back, right on. That sounds like fun. So let's see, you could put stairs there and that would be fine. The other stair would kind of want to be this away, meaning that I need to take that block and replace it with that. Likewise for here, because it will be showing. Or there could be a light there. That would work. And then, yeah, if this was like that, then I can open double chests there, but then there's a little area behind there that you can see. And what would happen if... no, that wouldn't work. I was thinking about making that be a more interesting shape, but nah. Although I'll tell you, this could be a light, clearly. In fact, that could be a redstone torch. I can no longer get access to that crafting table as easily, but you know what? I still kind of can. So what does this take? Well, I need more glowstone, but I do have that. I need, oh goodness, wherever am I going to get redstone? Not like I have enough redstone, goodness no. That's extremely funny. How am I going to start? So my problem now is I can't fly, so I can't. Maybe I can use the maybe I can use the scaffolding to get up to the top of there if I have enough scaffolding. Although you make it with bamboo, I'm not going to be short on bamboo anytime soon. Let's see what I have over here and how the chicken reactor is doing. It's doing pretty well. It's cranking along. Clearly still running. Hey, Craftyman. My replanting scenario is going okay. Hey, Unknown. Yeah, I'll let you guys know what's going on in a bit. When people are here, I will fill people in on how things have been doing. So let's see, I have 6 of those. I need to get to the top of that somehow in order to start taking these back down, although technically, no, I don't. See, now it's a giant stack floating in the air. And with that, I can make a couple of oh, I put them in the wrong places. Never mind. We can fix this. There we go. And I think I can even power it with a couple of straight up redstone blocks. There, that's 4 of them. And now I have to do, oh, and I'll put this back. There we go, and then I'll put that back, and that's what I And I could put these back, including that. Boy, I didn't need much to finish that off, did I? I only needed to take one of them. I know, right? Yeah, slime block would work. I could make slime blocks. Thanks to probably Craftyman, whoever it was, I do have slime balls now. So I could make sticky pistons and make loud, noisy oscillators if I wanted to badly enough. It's a thought. Oh, also, I was actually going to power the lights using redstone blocks, wasn't I? Although I kind of fancy the idea of just making more oscillators and then my basement has blinky lights or something daft like that. But for now, why don't I just do it like this? I could just use lanterns, honestly. So if I do this, I have a lighted basement. And I can begin placing my other stuff like that there. That, and then that goes like that. And now those match. And fair enough, that ought to work. Time to, oh, nope, somebody slept for me. Thank you. Yeah, well, I mean, often, I would like to say always being creative, but that's not realistic. I'm creative as much as I can stand. And then when I'm burnt out and can't do it anymore, I'll stop for a while and then start again. Maybe I should put more lamps on the other side. Let's go and do that thing. There I go, like making a couple of lamps and then not finishing the job. Numerous plots in mind, numerous things to do. Extra redstone to make, and a couple more lamps to make, and now I can't pick up the glowstone. Fine, whatever. There you go. So I don't want it despawning. And then the other side of it will be kind of like that. Sort of embedded in the wall there. It's not stairs there, but no matter. We'll get there. Yeah, I'm going extra hard with the Minecraft today. I did a little work earlier, and I also don't want to deal with the music thing today. I have done some things in regard to preparing for a music thing going forward. Ooh. Well, how many of these polished stairs do I have? And could I do another decoration-like thing in here? Possibly not. However, I see that I will need blocks there. And then I can probably finish this off. I may or may not have enough of these to do this. Maybe I have exactly enough to do this, in which case how nice that I didn't actually do the other plan that I had in mind, which I wouldn't have been able to do. Or maybe I do have enough to do that as well. Not really. I could do a little inset in here. And when I say that, what I mean is I can do something like this. There. It's a nook. Just for decorative purposes. You can't even do anything with it. Although if I stretched it down a little bit, you could step into it. That might be fun. Like, not in a way that's useful or in any way, but it'll be kind of silly, but all the same. Hey, you can do this. Usually when I say you can do this, I have much grander ambitions in mind. But you can also do this if you want to badly enough. You can step onto that little ledge and be in a display case. Yay! And I ought to have enough solid blocks. You know what? I can also indent this a bit. I will show you what I'm doing next. I'm going to use the half slabs. By the end of the day on Tuesday, I was actually staying on even later just because I was derping around in this and inventing stuff that didn't matter and honestly having fun with it. And that's not necessarily an easy achievement for me. I go really hard and I'm very dissatisfied with everything, especially myself. So being able to do something that is actually fun and rewarding is sometimes a heck of an achievement. You know, it's a lot. So downstairs area where things can be put. I could put a chest in there. I'm carrying a bunch of chests, which I'm going to be putting all the outdoor stuff in. So I'm thinking that's how that's going to work. And let's see, how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 2 layers of that. Or double chests. Oh, okay, so that doesn't work, does it? I bet I can make it work, though. So we can do this. Sort of old school, and you can also go in here. And then I would say click on there and then shift click on that. That gets me the double chest. There we go. What? No more chests? I have to go and make more bloody chests. For heaven's sake. Well. Yeah, there's all different kinds of Minecraft music. I have been surprised by some of the Minecraft music. Every now and then, it's playing weird new things that I've not heard before. Okay, so how many more of these do I need to do in order to finish this? Like, literally, no, 3. Not 1, but 3. Here's a place I can get a chest. Therefore I should be standing on it maybe in order to successfully get that. All this stuff's going to despawn by the time I'm able to deal with it. Nope, there we go. And that means I can break other stuff. And that gives me the additional chests I need. And then I have to just place everything before it all despawns. Let's see if that's possible. Oh, weird. When you shift, it makes this go the opposite direction. That's odd. I think I'm not entirely satisfied with that state of affairs, but whatever. Okay, so we'll put those there for now, and then more organic type things. We can put rock-oriented type things, but not the cobble, because there's going to be a whole place for that. I have a whole cobble area in mind. But now I can sort of start shuffling these things over to where they need to go. Organic, organic. We'll call string organic, as with leads. Bundles. What's in the bundle? Meat. Well, you know what? Have more. Books. Zombie flesh, I really doubt I need. But whatever. Blocks and gravel and stuff. Charcoal and gunpowder and stuff. Okay, let me go and grab these things before sleeping. And I still have more to get. The redstone, that's a caution. That's really a heck of a thing. I didn't actually plan that part out. Let's quickly pass the night and see whether I can get back to that pile of stuff before it all despawns, because it's taken me a while to get through all this, I tell you. Hey, success. More or less organic kinds of things. Another bundle. Bundles are cool, but I'm not using as much of them as I thought that I would. Wool. Oh, there was a little more cobble. I guess here I have like blocks of stuff. It is somewhat arbitrary, but whatever. Okay, there's a tool. I could try to find tool-related things, or like early Minecrafting or whatever related things. Making stuff with stuff-related things. Also, I had logs and blocks in separate places. Perhaps not that. Okay, so making stuff with stuff-related things. Perhaps not the block. Perhaps not the pale oak log. Where do I even have pale oak logs from? I'm not entirely sure. And the torches. And the spare boat. Spare blocks. It always looks like that is a baked potato floating there waiting to be picked up because of the shape it is. That's kind of amusing, I suppose. That's probably as much stuff as I actually need here. I think I can clear out some of my other boxes of stuff. Like here we are. If I am not holding anything whatsoever except for an axe to bust things with, I should be able to move these other chests fairly easily. All in one go. Oh. And I might as well grab some of my other stuff here that's not stacks of things to pile up. I could make the slime into slime blocks. In fact, assuming that you can make slime blocks back into slime again, which I'm not sure you can. Let's find out. Is this slime block? You can. Okay. Alrighty then. We're going to have some slime blocks literally here. Oh, looks like I have oak leaves too. Fancy that. So if I get up there somehow and then have to jump down, I can jump down onto that and bounce. And I have a nice 4x4 area I can aim for, so that could be a plan. And then that can go back in there. And yeah. Got a little more paper, growing that. Hello. Hey. Oh, nice, cool. And then, let's see, putting some of these things back. It would be nice if you could put the spyglass on a stick. Have it be a telescope. That would be cool, I think. Spare diamond pick. More of the torches. How about not that? Oh, Pink Sounds, was that? Is this your place? I made a map trying to have it be my island. My island is not located in such a way that it can be on that map, so I just made it larger and the island was still in the bottom corner no matter what I did. So I gave you the map and I put it in a chest up there. Also, as long as I'm putting leaf litter somewhere, let's pick up that leaf litter. Also, how much stuff do I have in here? Well, a certain amount. Let's go raid this for stuff that can be combined with other stuff. Not absolutely everything, but certain kinds of things. I will try to organize a little bit. Hey, yep. Why am I not going where I want? There we go. We'll figure it out. Okay, so tools and things to make things. You know, that's going to go in organics, I think. Things to make things, things to make things. Tools and cool things to make. Sure enough, that's where the leads were. Oak saplings, bamboo fences, spider eye. This is also where the string lives. This should also be where the leaf litter goes. And since it's plants and stuff, there's dirt. Slime block can go over to where the other slime blocks are, I think. And the fence gate. But the pistons go into things to make things box. As can the bread, because it's food. And the stacks of fishing tables, that can go there as well. That can go there. These can go back. Let's see, is it nighttime? No, it's just raining. So the extra slime block can be tucked over here. I know it makes it less symmetrical. I don't care. That stuff is still hanging. That can be in stuff to make stuff. Honestly though, what do you need to make these with? Do you just make them only out of shulker shells, or do you need more stuff than that? Ah, we can color them. Okay, chests and shells. There could be lots of shulker boxes. Well, that's cool. I have the makings for many shulker boxes. For now, and I don't think you can stack them up or put them inside each other, so there's that. Hey, Gip looks to be just sort of pontificating about stuff. Understand, when you speak of AI, it's not what people think it is. It's not really very good. Which, as far as I'm concerned, is fine. There's nothing much to be gained by wishing it was better than it is. It's almost a bit of a saving grace that it's not actually any good, because the people who are trying to use it for stuff typically are trying to use it for bad things. So, not awesome. But it is not awesome in a way that's not terribly useful or good. Let's maybe go and make some paper, and let's pass the night. Yeah, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I've been getting some work done. I wonder whether I could actually replace some of this with just lawn. We could just, or I could replace all of this with freaking redstone. It could be a giant pad of redstone that powers anything that's on it and also has the other stacks of things on it. Or I could make a redstone pyramid. That might be fun, right? Redstone pyramid. It wouldn't work for making a beacon, but I don't have any beacons anyway, so that doesn't matter. Redstone pyramid for the win. Though I've already done the work that I needed to do here. So maybe fancy decorative blocks, like my polished granite and the stuff that I'm making out of bricks, can live in this other one down here, possibly also including the cobbled deep slate, because you can make stuff out of cobbled deep slate. I do seem to have some extra nether rack. So yeah, that stuff and some of that. I don't have any crafting tables in here, but you know, I could have one in back here. that's probably a fine concept, is have the crafting table live in the nook. Let's give that a try. But I will need to re-grab... Why is that empty? Because I'm pointing in the wrong direction, that's why. I will need a diamond pick to be able to remove that block, at which point it can become the crafting nook for making that with. I wonder if this is a fine time for me to experiment with the map making, because I had that idea of wanting to make a map. And I believe I've got everything I need for that purpose. Boop. I think this is what you need. The anvil has nothing to do with it. Sure enough. So as long as I don't click on that yet, the question becomes, how far off this way do I have to go in order to be able to make it work? Also, what's sitting over here? Oh, it was nothing. It was an edge. You know what? I'm doing this all wrong. I bet it's the chunk that matters. Let's swim back over here. I'm going to try to not scroll to select that map before I know I want it. I bet it's the chunk that matters. I bet it's going to draw a picture of the chunk. And this chunk is... So chunk 37.3, -5. There's F3 and G. G, eh? Thank you. I've seen people do this. No, it's not. I think that that's regions. I think it is regions. I'm not entirely sure about that, though. Because I made a map and it was definitely bigger than this. Well, one thing I could do, I'd really like to get a map that is laid out exactly. It may not be possible. I wonder if these red and blue things indicate anything. No, it appears to be just spaced out a little further. Okay, so I'm standing here. I do not, this is centered on the map, but I don't think that's necessarily going to give me what I want. Let's see whether it gives me part of what I want. Show me the map. Uh-huh. Okay. I guess I'm going to need to make more of these. And it's not really centered on that at all, but it might get in. I don't know how this is going to work. I only know that when I made the other map bigger, it did not center my little island. But could it be that making this one bigger will? I don't think I own a single AAA game, although I'll tell you, I do own an old version of Kerbal Space Program. And I also own an old version of, what the hell was it? City Skylines 1. That's kind of a little bit like AAA games. Okay, so I got plenty more paper. Time to find out what happens when this particular offset gets expanded. Okay, that's pathetic. On the other hand, it's centered now. Still kind of pathetic, though. Boink. I just have enough to make another one, and I can make a tall map that doesn't do a very good job of showing my place. Well, we're not lacking in redstone, and I'm pretty sure somebody also has an iron farm, so if I use up all my iron doing this, then oh well. And I'm growing a bunch more paper. So here is the bottom edge of a much bigger map. And here, theoretically, I will get a whole other map. And in fact, so I have. It's just not at the same scale, is it? So logically, I still have enough of that. If I take this map and expand it, maybe they will join together. Time to find out. More recent one, previous one. What do we got? Right on. Okay. That will actually show my place on a map in the middle of the page. It's just a tall page, that's all. We can work with this. I'm game with that. I'll come up with a way of making it good. We'll figure it out. Maybe it can be like there or something. Although I do need to journey around enough, which probably should be done on a boat, that the map is actually filled in. Also, don't need that. Oh, and it is nighttime. Wrong map for that. But this is the right map for this. I'm going to get attacked by floating zombies. Unless somebody passes the night. I would not say no. By all means, pass the night if you would like. I think I can hear the zombies already. The floating zombies. Lovely. It is an ocean map. I do also have a bunch of undersea area that could have its own interests. for now. However, I'm not worried about that. Here we go. Map 2. Time for me to go and fill in the rest of this map. I wonder how much rowing I'm even going to have to do. I bet the chicken reactor is going well. See, here's the thing, is the way that works, it will end up exploding at some point. We'll get critical mass. I need to stop it before that happens. But then that's kind of the fun, is making this ridiculous chicken reactor that will end up having way too many chickens, because that's kind of, you know, that's the idea. Oh, look, I have a picture of other people's bases. And I'm going to have to go on land a little bit, I think. Perhaps not. Oh, I bet I'm going to have to go on land. Maybe not. Oh, look, I can swim up on land to do this. Wow, it's a little peninsula. So that's cool looking. Squid tricks. Zooming in close as possible to land, because it might just be filling in areas. That said, I think I'm going to need to go around, or I can just go in this little dock and then do the rest on foot. It's a neat little build over here. It's more just building stuff for random people, building stuff just to sort of build stuff. I'm given to understand. I have not seen the Blaze Farm, no. But this map is now complete. Doesn't reach quite over to there, but that's fine. The privacy is also good. Particularly if anybody comes and is going to be a big meanie and break all of my stuff. If my map is not showing other people's bases, that's probably all to the good. You never can tell what happens. This is not a hidden server exactly. Sort of the whole idea was that it's something that people could, you know, have and play with. And although sometimes if you make something nice for people that they can play with, people will be nice and play with it. Sometimes people will not be nice at all. Ah, I see other people had the beacon and stuff. I never had a beacon. Although what I'm curious about, we've got a whole bunch of like white oak here. Oh, there's a little extra string. Pale oak. Okay, so I don't have any pale oak saplings, so I can't make this stuff. I have one log of it and that's it. I might go in search of that or something. It's a cool looking wood. I could make a sub-ocean, could dig down into there and then have a water level that was lower than the ocean level but reachable by it. That would be a fairly tricky undertaking, but I think it's doable. Ooh, also I can tell you another thing I need. Isle of View, I am glad that you're finding Decrackle amazing. I wasn't sure whether it was going to work for anybody, but it seems like it has kind of worked for people. Boy, that's a lot of more stuff. Well, alrighty then. In for a penny, in for a pound. I can't carry all of that at once. We're going to try to consolidate this into the basement chests here. So organic stuff. Let's try to stack up whatever things I can stack up. I'm not actually using Totem of Undying, but it definitely counts in the top shelf of cool, useful things to have. I'm carrying these maps on me because I feel like using them immediately. Cool building blocks and various other things like the pointed dripstone. These are going to be cobble chests, I know that. Okay, so I guess maybe other non-cobble chests that are also non-organic. And I'm going to have too many of these things, I think. But it is consolidating fairly well. Stuff to do stuff with. Let's bring the fish elsewhere. Leather is what I was going to need for something. I was going to need the leather for something. So we'll ditch that stuff there. Now, what I'm going to need the leather for, I don't remember. I just know I was going to need it for something. Oh, I remember. Item frames. And here we are picking up the last bits of stuff before it despawns. I should get busy replacing some of these things with dirt. No room for things there, but I've cleared a little space here. Space for a couple of doors and things. Space for an ominous bottle. Dun dun. I think you only need 2 leather for item frames. Let's find out. And it's time to place what I mean to place. So let's see, can you place item frames on pillars? Or do I need to make an obelisk of actual blocks and place it on that? Not that I can't, I could do that. And let's have it pointing this away, and let's see whether this works. And 23 was the first one. That goes there. Voila, home sweet home. I'm not sure if that's exactly the place I have in mind for it, but I feel like I could make it go a little bit lower. Also, I could see placing these on a wall, honestly. I think that would work. Item frames are not the sturdiest things in the world, are they? They go flying off. You can't. Yes, you can. Okay, so there's another option. Boop. You can just sit there. Or I could sit there and would kind of intersect with the pressure plate that serves as a table. I kind of like the idea of having it facing north so that you're facing the direction. Oop. Hello. Let's have a quick little gander as to what it looks like when we do this. Well, that's kind of cool. I could have that a little bit more zoomed in, but I'd have to make more maps that aren't as zoomed out. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I could also place it over here somewhere. Like, that would literally work. Yeah. So there we go. Perfect. No notes. Exactly right. And I think I picked up all of the stuff I needed to pick up. Why do I have a stone peg? So out, because part of my plan here is to continue to move these chests to where I want them. If I do it like this, I can carry everything in one go. I could probably make more chests here. So building blocks that are not literal stone. I've got a bunch of stuff here, although I was going to do stuff with dirt. I'm kind of warming to this being a garden-y box, meaning I could grab all this other stuff and only have garden-y stuff in here. Which also means maybe string doesn't belong there. Bones count as garden-y stuff. Ooh, that's all full now. I don't have any room in there. What have we got here? So I don't have enough room to carry anything, but I can ditch a bunch of this stuff here now. Honey bottles, where did I get that? Never used the name tag. Oh, a mending book, cool. I could go and make more glass out of this. Feathers can go with the other feathers. Although, should those be there? Perhaps not. Oh, they can't go here. Okay, so how about all the fishes and food can go elsewhere? I'm thinking stuff to do stuff box here. Which means food doesn't necessarily go there, but leather does. And then feathers can and should go in stuff to do stuff box. Yeah, one nice thing about today is it's cooled off a little bit. It's been really hot, but it's gradually starting to settle back down and not be so hot. Okay, so here's a thought. Let's start working on the purely cobble boxes. I know what that's about. Purely cobble apparently also contains stone. Hey, frog in a wall. Nice thing about having purely cobble boxes is that you can move a lot of it real quick. Also, stone oriented. More chests. And I may not necessarily need all of the purely cobble, because I've got kind of a lot. So here's what I'm thinking, assuming I can get through here. Here we go. Let's start manufacturing a bunch of smooth stone out of this, just because I can, and it would mean that it would go in a different box. That'll probably use up enough of that, and I have infinite power for this, so all in all, that should work out just fine. So there we are. When I come back, there will be many stacks of smooth stone. Couple stone. Let's hit the andesite somewhere else. Keep stacking up the chests. Ooh. Okay, you were maybe wearing out a little bit. It's got unbreaking 1. I feel I can still combine these things in the anvil. And then put them to work, replacing this area with dirt. So let's give that a shot. What's this going to cost? 3. That's very cheap. Do I need any sand? I'm game for sand. I like making things out of glass, you see. So I would happily make myself a bunch of stacks of sand. Like, no more than a single chest worth of it if you're talking large quantities. I'm not likely to have any builds that will require that much. But all the same, I would be game for having some extra sand. As I've got only so much, and it's a certain amount, but it's not all that much. I don't know what that noise was. I should. Oh, wither? Well, one hopes that nobody spawned a wither like right next to me. I would struggle. I don't have any of my tools on me. Also, I should be passing the night. I'm not right at the moment, but I should be. Let me go and do that before very long. Oh, okay. See, I knew there was something up with that sound where I was like, that sound is bad news. But I shall sleep as well. And let's start putting dirt where it needs to go. So it will turn into grass rather quickly. But I don't have it there. I have it here. Yeah, I can't make a building out of this because the roof would have to be too high. Changing plans. Oh, it's going to take it a while to get here. Oh well. It'll get there eventually. It'll take longer. Can make some kind of funky dock in this area. It's the docks of tiny little Airwindows Island. Not so fast. I need more dirt, which I have. There. Next thing you know, there will be grass everywhere. Or nearly everywhere. Hello, wherever you are. Yay! Sand. Shulker boxes are handy. I can have more. I could definitely go and make some more. And off Superman goes. I'm not entirely sure what everybody is talking about, but no matter. It's all good. time just trying to make this area grow over with dirt. Let's also put dirt under here. And I'll pick those up. There, so that's kind of where that's heading. Meanwhile, what else have I got on me? Well, anvil goes there. Probably don't need that pick anymore. Fancy building supplies here. And apparently dirt. And the shulker box next to the other sand. Cool. Busily clearing away all of these chests in hopes of being able to plant bamboo on literally everything. Oh, that's the noise of my furnaces. My furnaces are busily working away for me. Good for them. That's exactly what they should be doing. I'm going to need to grab my shovel and like make paths everywhere they need to go. Okay, what are we talking about? That needs to be there. This works. Just can continue to go there, including this one. Hang on, did I? Yes, I did. You can put shulker boxes. You know something? Maybe that's a good place to store all of that excess cobble. I'm going to have a lot of excess cobble. It's coming right up. Heck, help us. I'm definitely in a Minecrafty frame of mind today. And I'll tell you why. I had a bit of a blow yesterday. I'm going to downplay it a little bit, not make too much of a deal out of it. A artist that I worked with went off and found another mixer and has put out an album with somebody else. They didn't go and look to me for mixing more of their stuff, which is like, people are entitled to do that, but that was the only guy that I had done mixing for and paid me and everything. And so that was something of a drag. I was like, no. And then I went and was like, hey, I heard your new album. It sounds like your band, because it does. This guy is a local, and he's very clear on what he wants. It was interesting to work with him the 2 times that I did. He's got that yet another album. And this time I didn't do anything to it or with it. So I got into an elaborate little conversation without really meaning to, because the first thing I was like, oh, hey, sounds cool, dude. And that would have been fine. And then I had to be like, sob, I feel bad now. I didn't really say that, but it was kind of like that. And there's nothing good to say in return to that. I put him in a position where he couldn't actually say anything back, which is unfortunate. Like, it would be better if I had not done that. And then I had to sort of continue the conversation until it was like, yeah, so it's all cool. But the thing that I said was, I was like, damn it, now I have to go and make my own music. And then I realized, oh, geez, now he thinks that he owed me a lot for working on this stuff, and that's not really how that worked. So I spent some time feeling bad and trying to patch my stuff back together again, seeing as I had done a rude thing, or said a rude thing. Huh. Can I hang a single lantern here? That would be funny. No. I don't know, though. I bet I could hang a single lantern under something. You can't hang them under those. But what else is around here that demonstrates how one does this? Let's grab that pick and see what other things we can do. Boop. So you could hang a single lantern there. Meaning that if that's a solid block, I can hang a single lantern in front of the crafting table, and I kind of like that. So if you do a alcove this way, can you then hang a lantern under that? It's a whole underblock. Sure enough. Okay, so there's a weird little shelf there, if I want it to be. Or, I bet this falls off if I do this. Yep. Or I can just use a solid block. There we go. So you reach past the lantern to do that. Yeah, so as a result of that, God, the word that comes to mind is altercation, and that's not fair at all. The interaction that I had with the musician whose work I like and who I helped with stuff at one point and then couldn't anymore. I was more or less like, now I have to do my own music, buh. Which is he ended up being like, why, yes, you should. Which is a nice thing to say. But the challenge with that is always, it's not easy for me to do new music because I tend to not to feel it's worth doing and that I'm no good and that none of my stuff is any good. So I fall back on the plugins because I'm fairly clear people want those. Oh, can't get those as easily as all that. But there's a part of me that would like to be a music maker, which I feel is understandable. Like, it's the sort of thing that one might want or one might do. If you're that interested in instruments, if you're that interested in the sound of things. See, that's the part that stung. The part that stung is in my process of working on things, I haven't always done my absolute best by this guy. I tell you, I did 2 albums for this person, and one of them was mixed on a hybrid setup using a kind of crappy analog mixing board I had. And then the other album was done using like Console 7 or something, and I don't think it sounded as good. I did an album for him, and then I did another album for him, which I don't think sounded as good. And I'm still working on that stuff, but that stings. Like, for me to do an in-the-box album, that as much as, like, yay, you can do this, you can have your stuff, me doing an album for somebody and mixing their album and having it not sound as good as the one that I did earlier doesn't sit right with me. So I felt bad about that. I would rather I had done stuff for him that was always awesome. And there I go, I mix an album for him in analog, and then I mix an album for him in the box, and it didn't end up sounding as good, and he ended up going to somebody else. That doesn't sit right with me. But there's nothing I can do about it. You know, it is what it is. And I did not have the mixing desk I used the first time when I went to do it a second time. I didn't have it anymore. So I couldn't use it even if I'd wanted to. And I wanted to do the cool thing of like, oh, hey, look at me, I'm doing the plugins and stuff, and it's just as good, and then it wasn't, and that stung. Because I could pretend that it was just as good as long as he hadn't gone to somebody. For all I know, he went to somebody else who had an analog mixing desk and just ran with that. I don't know. But, so that was yesterday, and that's why I'm kind of not at my best today and doing the best I can with what I've got, but feeling it a little bit. Speaking of feeling it, can I do something useful here? Put a valuables chest here or something? I mean, I could. Nothing's stopping me. I absolutely could. It would require one chest. I could make it a shulker box. In that case, I could carry it around with me. And one more of these, I think. Okay, let's see what I can build with this. I'll grab those two things. I'll be able to grab that in a moment. And if you are up there, I'm going to need to get a couple more blocks. I know that already. I'm going to need to get a bunch more blocks. Bear with me. We're going to do a cool aesthetic thing here. Maybe I should build that out of brick. And I thought I had more of those stairs. You can't do vertical stairs. Thanks, Grins. Grins is like hugs for Master Chris. You know, when somebody bails on you as their mixing engineer, you don't feel like a master anymore, but people are allowed to do that. That is a thing one might do if you weren't getting your needs served. And that I have only myself to blame. I ended up basically just telling him, yeah, it sucks to feel not good. It sucks not to be as good as I wanted to be. And that's really the bottom line there, is I don't want support from this guy if I don't deserve it. I want to be better than that, and I wasn't. And that's what bugged me about it, was that he would be there still having me mix stuff if I had been doing a good job really. And since I wasn't doing a good job really, he had every right to go and find somebody who was able to do it better. I don't have to like it, but I do have to admit it. It makes me wonder, because that's the thing, is like, I'm not going to be able to go and make a major analog recording studio. Cool as that would be. In some ways, that was probably the high watermark for that, because that was a budget analog mixing desk. And I'm not likely to be able to do a non-budget, high-quality analog mixing desk. I simply don't have the resources to run a shop like that. It's just too big. So let's see what I can do in here. Also, do I really want to use bricks there? Maybe I do. Let's see what we can make happen. It's the time of making arbitrary stuff happen that's hopefully cool in here, because I'm amusing myself in that way. On a day when I'm frustrated with myself over my inability to do great high quality mastering work. Not mastering. I haven't actually done mastering much. I did a little bit of it back in the day and I wasn't really any good at it. Ran into that situation with like professional grade people needing work done, and I let them down and had to have my stuff done over by other people. That's many years ago, to be sure. And then let's see if we do this. So that looks neat. And then I can continue the motif here. And then the one chest for all the really valuable stuff will be sort of floating in the air. There. And it can open into the light. Now I want brick half slabs. It's like I have a little fireplace, although I don't have a chimney. Yeah. I agree completely, Grins. A lot of people who do stuff in the way that I do stuff are doing it because they are feeling... Oh, kitty. Oh, Pink Sounds is bringing me a cat. Rare meow. Ah, very cool. Okay, so it's Pink Sounds' cat. Don't let it eat my bird. Somebody was good enough to bring the bird. There you go. You're quite safe. Just to be absolute. Oh, no. It's in the boat. We're good. I shall protect my burb. Okay, so let's put all of our valuable stuff in here. Just for the moment. Coal isn't really valuable. Obsidian isn't really valuable. On the other hand, some of this stuff is. And I don't have more bricks. But that's the sort of thing I could get. Let's assume that the lodestone is valuable. For that matter, let's assume enchanting tables are valuable. Oh. And a little more cobble. Let's have the fancy stuff box have other stuff beyond even that. Perhaps not those. And I only seem to have 24. Oh, hang on. I know a solution. So firstly, boop, 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 boop. Those things can go there. That might as well go there, as might that. I suppose that shulker box can go back over here. I can make lots more shulker boxes. Hello. Quick nap. Dig what? Dig this? No, there's something else I can do about this. Oh wait, before I do that, did I think I did. I got the final box over there, so got that sorted out. You realize this is a spiral staircase waiting to happen. I can take this down all by myself. Might take me a while, but this is exactly the sort of derpy, random thing that I can enjoy doing endlessly. And again, because of my hopefully adult grade disappointment at a artist I worked with making a great album with somebody else doing the work for them, I will simply go and chop down a near infinite tall tower of redstone blocks myself with that help, and that will be my victory. And the other catch to that is when I said, damn it, now I have to make my own music. On the one hand, that's kind of rude. It's like, oh, my only purpose is to make music for you to mix, is that it? And so that would be rude. That's not how that goes. But there is also an element of truth to it in that I don't make music as much as I should. Certain kinds of it, when I make it, go over well with people. In particular, it would be extremely mean of me to just throw an entire fit over this guy not necessarily using me to mix with when the view counts that I get are larger than that band does. And I like them. But I have no business kicking up a fuss. Which is not to say that when I make music I get view counts comparable to that, but when I do a good plugin or whatever, that's more central to what I do. And I'm in no position to get all mad because they have found fame and fortune. They're continuing to do their art as they've always done. And I was just a fan and wanted to continue to help them do their thing. And I'll get over it. And I do honestly want them to do their thing and keep making their music. Although what I could do is take a copy of their CD or my backup of their files and like paste it up somewhere as a goad so that I go and make my own stuff, because that same person was like, yeah, you should go and make your own music too. Whatever it takes to get you motivated. And that's the truth. I also posted a thing on Blue Sky about the feeling not, I think it was, I reposted somebody's thing about not feeling good enough and how you can't let that stop you. You have to just go, if you were a nobody and you were inspired by somebody who was a somebody. And I told this guy, like, yeah, I'm not half the poet you are, because this is somebody who has something to say, and I like their art, and when they write, they have a astonishing ability to write lyrics that have a real poetic quality, I think. And I haven't had that. So I'm kind of jealous. I wish I had more of that. I don't. But all the same, there might just be, other stuff that I like are things like dubstep and drum and bass. Maybe I need to just focus on the fact that when I make music for myself, it's often like, I don't know, Steely Jan style synth jazz or whatever. I'm very motivated to try to do that. I'm very motivated to try to do, why is this area snow? That just seems weird to me. And hoo boy, am I going high up in the air. I might need people to sleep for me, because I'm not going to get down to ground anytime soon. But I am happy that I solved this conundrum, and grateful that it was made in such a way that I can do the spiral staircase trick. And yeah, I'm very likely going to turn around and You know, perhaps next week, perhaps the week after that, go and have a full-on inspirational time. I'm going to lose all the ones that I dropped too, so sorry for wasting all of these. I'm picking up some of them, and some of them are just falling and will despawn by the time I get back down. But then it's your fault for giving me so many of them that they stack up this high. My attention has to be on not falling to my doom. Oh my god, this is such a tall tower of redstone. It's going to take just as long to head back down again. The meditative quality of having to focus on this in order to make it work has something to be said for it. But then I'll have to climb all the way back up in order to chop the rest of them down. See, there's logic to this. It turned out I was able to solve this one, and so I'm motivated to do that. Boy, do I have a view from here. I wonder how much taller than the clouds this went. I remember looking at it and being like, that went taller than the clouds, didn't it? And sure enough, I think it did. Well, no matter. If the entire end of the stream is nothing but me slowly going up an infinitely tall stack of blocks, whatever. Minecraft is one of those things where it is not necessarily important that you do it well, and are rewarded for having done the infinitely tall stack of redstone blocks well. There's plenty of other things that I still care about, whether I be able to do them correctly or not. Oh yeah, I'll be here for a while. Come out and see how far I've got, or tell me how much higher than the clouds they went. Because it does slow you down. I mean, technically, the thing is, if I hit one of the redstone blocks at this height, oh yeah, that goes up a ways. I could probably hit the slime blocks. It's just not a very large landing pad, that's the thing. A 100 higher than the clouds? Seriously? I don't even have enough scaffolding to get up that high. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. Yeah, so the kind of thing... In talking about, like, mixing stuff, one challenge that I faced with that band, it's an Americana-style band. I could describe it as a sort of Rolling Stonesy kind of vibe. And it's soulful enough, but it's not like dead-on pitch on things and stuff. Oh, thank you for passing the night. That was needed. And so the first album of theirs that I did, that I mixed on a real analog console that happened to be not a good one, it really kind of sat well. Like, I got a good sound out of that one. One that I didn't really quite replicate. I did my level best, but I didn't quite replicate it the next time around. That's before I did console X. What I don't know is whether working with console X I'd really get it into the zone where it would be competitive with the real live analog console. I ended up getting a Heritage Audio mixing desk. It's just as well that I'm not carrying that much stuff on me, because if I fall from here, that's all she wrote. Unless I can reach over and get to the ocean. If I fall off that away and made it to the ocean, I would survive. I think my main thing is I want to be able to do the kinds of mixing in an Airwindows console system that is not just tied to that hyperpop sound. And I did not get a hyperpop sound on that second album I was talking about. But I didn't match the sound of the first one that was done in the real analog desk, even though it wasn't a good one. And when I got the Heritage Audio desk, I'm not sure that one would have made it either. I remember that the one that I used the first time around as being like a smaller recording console with like EQs and things, and I had to work real hard to get that one to go. And it was a limited kind of sound, and it sounded kind of cheap and small. But all the same, I got there. I guess what ends up being the takeaway from that, among the takeaways, I really liked doing that work for that guy. I really liked doing it. I really liked mixing for people, although I have not done much of it. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I've done a bunch of live mixing. Some of it a long time ago is where I learned that craft. And then some of it, recently, I go to FurryCons and have found work there. Mixing a band that plays at the con that I go to, and I pitched in and offered to help with that and was able to do it, and it went over pretty well. And I've been asked to come back and do it again. So it's not even that I don't get to mix for people anymore. I absolutely do. Oh, hey, Craftyman. I beg your... You're not filling in after me as you go. Or pushing me off the edge. You could go up to the very top and come down. I'll meet you in the middle. Because otherwise, it's going to take me a very long time. Cool though this looks like. Or maybe you're minding the rest of them, so I'll be in the middle of the air. One way of finding that out. Nope. I think there's still a spiral staircase underneath there. I'm assuming if you were going to do that, you would fly up and land on the top. No, I'm going to continue back down once I get to the top by mining away all the rest of these. This is simply because I can't do it any other way. Because I have no elytra and cannot fly. And I don't have enough scaffolding to get this high. If I could have just gone to the top and gone down from there, I would have. It just didn't have to stop me like I could and am mining it all down this way. It's just going to take way longer. I could leave like a chunk of redstone high in the sky above the clouds. Yeah. Oh, I can't work with this. It's too high. It's too tall. I can't put it in a building. I could rebuild it into like a giant pyramid. That might work. Remember, I initially meant to make a house with those things in them. The piles of stuff in them. I have now abandoned that house, and I'm putting dirt in underneath it. But having the stack go infinitely high stopped me being able to make a building out of it. So it was always going to be a, like, rearrange it in some way. Although simply having that many redstone blocks is cool in its own right. You could make a wonderful redstone building. That many redstone blocks, you can make a redstone castle. I could well do something like that. Oh, I mean, with this many redstone blocks, you can make an entire skyscraper out of only redstone blocks. Then you can power it with lanterns and just put the lanterns any old where. Because you put the lanterns anywhere and the power is right there. Put like all pistons everywhere and all the pistons will poke up. Many possibilities. I'm just saying, it was the infinitely tall spire on my actual island was always going to be turned into something else. I didn't really have a plan for anything being like that. And I'm pretty sure unless somebody has built the thing out of hoppers at the base of the thing, we're going to be losing some of them to despawning. Because the ones that are falling off to the side, and I've got like 7 full stacks already. The ones that are falling off to the side, I'm not going to be able to get to. Long distance micking? No, I try to do local, although Zoom would probably work. I do like it. It just needs to be in another shape. One that doesn't reach up as high. Because I have nothing I can do with anything that high. I can't get up that high. I don't have a elytra. Remember, initially, the reason that existed at all was I asked, oh, do you have any more redstone blocks? I'm short of redstone. So that it became a hilarious thing. Like, my discovery of this was on stream. I cracked up. It's a generous gift of stuff. It having to be an infinitely tall pillar, and maybe it doesn't have to be the infinitely tall pillar. Lucasipo, this was me asking for some spare redstone from a friend on the server. Because I don't play on here that much, so I don't have resources, but other people sure do. So there was a witch farm that produces redstone, and this is as much redstone as it produced, and that's very impressive. I am mining my way up to the top of it, and then I'm going to mine my way back down. And I will have probably not a full inventory of exclusively redstone block, but an awfully large amount of redstone block. Oh god, if I fell from here now, it would look like the goriest thing ever, because I would die and explode, and all of my stuff is redstone blocks. Also, I may starve before I'm done. Probably not, but it's not impossible that I'll starve before I'm done with this. And then all the redstone blocks will explode out in every direction like blood. Yeah. No, if anybody else was live streaming this and wanted to have a very memorable moment, that would work. That said, I'm not going to do it on purpose. I know, right? Well, at this stage, if I'm looking down, all I'm seeing is clouds. You know, I have done mixing of my own things on stream as well. Oh, I probably wouldn't be able to reach them. Also, anybody mind like passing the night? It's like I'm up here in outer space. There's nothing but the stars and the moon. Very good. Okay, now I'll be able to see a little bit better. To some extent, anyhow. Again, look at it in this way. Like, I got the crazy tall tower. I got the moment of discovery where I looked up and laughed on stream and so on. But now I also get to do the tedious process of chopping it all down block by block, which is very similar to what I do with planting rows of trees and then using a axe to just like chop the row down. I do that on purpose, so this is kind of in line with my interests. It's a little bit weird, but whatever. I tell you, once I'm actually done, I'm going to take a break because it is more stressful than I was really hoping for. But I mean, yesterday my stress was, oh no, my band went to somebody else to get a mix. And of course, it's not the description of it at all. If you are a professional, you quickly learn to not feel that way. The world of the professional mixer and or master is a cutthroat business, and nothing is ever really yours. You're always fighting for your next opportunity, and people are trying to get clients out from under you. I wonder if they went to somebody more expensive than me, or just ended up with somebody else. I don't know. It's not. I only found out about this yesterday, so I'm gonna get over it at some point. Again, my first reaction was like, damn it, now I have to make my own music, and that's really the truth. Like, what I actually am is a plugin maker in my own peculiar way. And then beyond that, as far as what music I make, oh, hi, it's different now. Neat. What's this stuff? What is that stuff? It is another rack. Don't look down. only so much higher the world height can go. Okay, fly. I'm going to ask you to fly from there so that I can clean the rest of it up. I'm not going to spleef you, come on. Be a sport and fly so that I can get the rest of that and then start patiently putting the rest of it down. Or I can give you that rest of that nether rack and you can have a space base. Is that what you want? Wanting a space base? I don't want to spleef them. That's along the lines of not what you wanted. And then here you are, doing I know not what. Well, is that an elytra or is that like a cape? I would prefer not to have crap way high in the sky that I can't reach. I want it all gone. I don't want this here. I don't trust that that's still there. But water, oh look at that. A bunch of that stuff is actually still there and hasn't despawned yet. Okay. Okay, so I don't get to finish that. I should go and get my I had a silk touch pick kicking around here somewhere, and that's what I would need for getting that glowstone up properly. And I don't know why I don't seem to have a silk touch pick anymore. No, there it is. Found it. Found it. It got there. There, I can get these out of there. Fair. I guess I need to leave that sign there. I think this stuff is going to be... See, now if that was made out of wood, you could at least burn it. So let's see, those things go there. Looks like these go here. I might as well put that with the cobble because there's that much of it. And among the other things that I could be carrying, I had food. There is some food. And I had a good bow and some arrows, so first thing I do is, I was going to starve to death up there while trying to do that. So we've got that sorted out anyhow, meaning that I'm also not on the verge of dying. So there's that. There's the good bow. There's the arrows. And now I'm going to take a little bit of a break, rinse out my coffee cup, and use the restroom. Actually, drain the rest of my coffee cup before it's too late in the afternoon. And I'll be right back. Hey. Back in time to have the classic Minecraft music. Nice. Also, as I suspected, I got a little help with that. Well, thank you. I really did not mean for there to be infinitely tall, yeah, redstone thing. I may indeed come up with something to do with that. At the time, all I wanted was to be able to make some redstone circuits, which is becomes more redstone than one needs to make circuits with, shall I say. But now that I've got a little help with that, including being able to relocate that, I can also do the rest of the work of getting lawn in here rather than just this. And I'll figure out what I'm doing with that. It's not going to be a building. Even before it was infinitely tall, I wasn't sure that it needed to be a building. And then it became infinitely tall and everything got ridiculous. Boop. I honestly don't see anything up there anymore. And I think you would have gotten... Also, this is not my cat, this is somebody else's cat. And any cat will hunt birds, so no cat is going to be friends to the parrot. More's the pity, it's just one of those things. Hang on, that can go in the valuable place. I could build the giant vault out of redstone, turns out. True, but don't normal cats also hunt birds? I mean, if it's anything like a real cat, it would. Yeah, not to say don't look a gift cat in the mouth, but I don't need it. I don't need a gift cat. It's all fine. Where did I leave all that dirt? Not there. Well, there's a little dirt there. There's the rest of the dirt. I'll figure out something to put over here. Always, of course, assuming I don't just simply make an infinite stack of bamboo. Ah, this time I have an answer. If I can find it. I've got all of my stuff stashed away in here. There we go. And find enough time to nab these. It'll grow over soon enough. I mean, maybe I will still make it a giant pile of materials, but I'm not clear on that. Thing is, if you did this entire area in redstone blocks, it would be a giant monolith, but it wouldn't necessarily be the height of the world. Okay, so 24. I think that'll get me there. Alrighty, and the nice thing about these is that it will come down. I just drop the one in the bottom and they'll all go. Dumb fish still floating there. Copper is very quick to mine, isn't it? It makes a pleasing noise too. It makes it sound like they are hollow inside. Meow. What are you doing, trying to run around? Trying to run around, I think. All right, bye. Oh. I will most likely get back to that idea of having everything stacked up visibly. Right now that is going by the by because I'm doing something else. But I'll probably get back to that idea. Is that a bamboo? I did mention the possibility of that. Okay, I am suitably amused. I did say that that would be better. And indeed, I think it is. Let's see how the crazy chicken bomb is going now that I am able to actually pay attention to it again. I think we're starting to get into the zones of meltdown here. Are we going faster than we can process? Ah, we're getting into feedback. Okay, so now we are going to fill at least a double chest, if not more, because we could do more, with egg. One hopper and another double chest, and I can end up with 2 double chests entirely full of egg. So let's see, double chests. And assuming I don't have any more hoppers, because I think it would be there. Yeah, it would have been there. Here's how we make them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boop. This will be a little bit cumbersome, but not all that bad. Because what I have to do is get behind the target chest in order to place the hopper pointing into it. But I should be able to just mine out this wall and do it. So let's see. So there's that chest. So another hopper under there. Okay, so the way that's laid out, I could just put the chest at floor level. It'll still be able to open. And then another hopper just going straight down. Well, that didn't work. You have to do them like this for that to work. Then and we can't really get at that. But that don't matter because that's filling up real fast. Well, now that I have all this extra stuff going on, let's ramp it up. Need to put something in there. And I know just the thing. I can still open this. Oh, are they getting killed? How's that happening? Didn't anticipate that. They're getting hit by other chickens so hard that losing some of them. I know I didn't do that. And yet there we are. Oh, interesting. Look at you. Okay, that only fires eggs now. And that's now empty. Can I safely open that up? Meanwhile, the music begins, right? These are going through pretty quick. Okay. So if I do this, I can have that like literally rammed full of egg. And then there's no room for any more egg. So it's going to start showing up here, I think. I think maybe it's starting to take him out by just overcrowding. I think that is a chicken reactor has achieved critical mass. Okay, leave that alone for a bit. Oh, I've got a few more eggs on me. This can go there. This ends up not ever having anything in it because it shows up here first and gets pulled through this first. I think the dispenser is capable of throwing... Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? Can the dispenser throw a dead chicken? I think it can. I think that's what I just saw. That was a feather. That's a feather. You can tell when it's an egg and when it's not. But it does seem to be able to work either way. When you throw a feather, it just falls. Right. Race through here and grab a bit of sleep. I know I was getting these just because I could. May still be time to build a giant concrete brutalist architecture. I could be grabbing those together. Kind of just wasting my time, not. But you know, that's the thing, is in so many ways derping around on Minecraft for a day is intentionally wasting time, because I go so hard most days desperately trying to do stuff that's valuable and good and worth it. Might as well spend the occasional time gratuitously not doing worthwhile things, which is kind of what is going on here. Okay, that was all of them. Oh no, Craftyman. Craftyman maybe was trying to make the bamboo even taller. Or perhaps not, I don't know. Again, at some point I will move on and it'll be back to coding the plugins. Oh, are you going to break it now? Can I watch? By all means do so, and I will watch. We'll see how many of the pieces we get. That was epic. Hell yeah. I'll be planting the rest of my bamboos in more normal sizes. But yeah, see, that's a fun way to get up somewhere really tall. And you get to take it down just as easily as if it was a scaffold. Where did I put my glass? Here. That's where I put my glass. And I need one more fancy stair, because I used one up. Doing another really tall. Yep. I think it is actually working that stuff isn't spawning. Oh boy. So this is a mess. But it appears to be doing this okay. So if I wanted to go harder, I could do this. Or indeed, We are having the chicken reactor go into full meltdown at this stage. So the original intention was for it to be filling up. Oh, hi. And we've got this, which is of no use anymore. I don't even know why I've got that there. Yeah, some of that chicken is going to end up not being good because it's getting cycled through at room temperature. It's going to not be healthy anymore. Ending up with enough in the way of, yeah, it's cranking. Got everything up to almost full speed. Oh no, something is burning up there. Hope that's intentional. Wasn't me, I didn't do it. So now the system is running at pretty close to full crank. Without burning up. I'm just glad that it's able to throw dead chickens and feathers, because those get to recycle. And I'm pretty sure the reason they're happening is overcrowding. So that is the chicken thing. If I burst a hole open in this, they will all go spewing out. Indeed, indeed. You know, that's kind of what I was doing for the other fellow I mentioned. Oh, I have random eggs. Well, I know where I can put those. I can put them right in there. So this is most certainly some kind of farm. I can make it focus on the eggs for a moment. And I feel like I could make a overflow section. Let me pass the night first, though. I can make an overflow section, and I can get back to planting all the bamboo in the world. And what would be amusing that way? Probably making that out of glass. So where's my glass? Here. Beat it. Bothering my parrot. How'd you even get here? Did you just randomly spawn here? Well, the funny thing about it, I do have these in quantity. Jungle logs, not interested. Iron pick, not interested. Kelp and green dye, not impressed. Cyan dye, no. Oh, pale oak sapling, okay. You know what? Give me one of those. And then be gone. And no, you don't get to come in. Llamas indoors. Pale oak sapling. Now beat it. Or I'll plant bamboo under you and you can have it grow through you. Meanwhile, the business having to do with a overflow area. I can make a sort of glass chute that the chickens will be squeezed out into. And that might be amusing, because I sure don't need them going any faster than this. Indeed, we're processing through these so fast that it's running out. But I believe this will fix the issue of... Well, hang on. Perhaps I would also like it to be made out of materials that would suit. Don't you dare go open my door and ransack my house. Beat it. How do you even get here? Do you swim? Might as well get that going before everything's covered with bamboo. Alright, see you later, Jonathan. Jonathan's talking a little bit, then had to leave. So if I break this single glass, everything's going to burst out in this direction. Even though it's only one, it can jump up. They can jump up a block, so they will go bursting off in this direction. So, so here is where the chicken compression section goes. Oh, but I need to make space for breaking that one down there. And I'm going to need a top on it. Oops. not like these. Release the chicken! And there is our chicken pressure release valve. It appears to work. I'm going to get some more glass blocks and do it up properly because I have a bunch of... I can spare the glass now. I'm going to get a lead and pull this guy elsewhere. Okay, hang on. Where did I put... Oh, no, looks like I grabbed all of my glass. That's fine. No! Beat it! Beat it, beat it, beat it. Scram. Swear to God. Beat it, all of you. Go elsewhere. Now these are going to produce whole bunches of, let's see, firstly, what can I do here? I do not actually need this many, but it pleases me to have it this shape. Anything these guys lay isn't going to do a damn thing, but it's going to stop them from getting killed. I wonder if I can pick up those eggs. Technically, a little bit. Long as I leave this here. That is actually an effective method of picking up lots of eggs. No. Didn't even know I showed up there. It's ridiculous. Very inefficient way of harvesting leads. That leads to the few leads I've got. Watch how Burp now starts talking in Llama. Which was not really... Oh, let me grab the... Not really what I had in mind. Having a Burp that talks Llama. But here we are. Random boat for no reason. And about an hour out from getting dinner ready and thawing. Yeah, no, I have made a chicken tube. This chicken tube is a capacitor. Permit me to explain. Also, I don't like the fact that this poor kitty is desperately trying to run, but nothing's happening because it's in a boat. Oh, I should put the kitty in with the chickens. That'd be amazing. Happiest kitty ever. Or I could put the kitty over there. Maybe the chickens will run away from him and it'll be a different kind of capacitor. But see how the pressure of the chickens forces them out into there when they're being pushed apart. You can see it pushing on them. And then when they want to wander back, they can attempt to do so, I suppose. And it's one way of picking up, like, eggs, I suppose. Actually, a pretty efficient way of picking up eggs, but most of the eggs go to the machine. And it should be producing less dead chicken and feathers at this stage because I have it like egg oriented. So yeah, this is a large capacitor. It is doing the job of a capacitor. And this is the voltage source, and whenever they're overcrowded, they're getting squeezed out into here. Sometimes they wander, sometimes they don't, but this is a capacitor on the end of the chicken chamber. I could probably slow the sucker down. Oh. Hey! Well, thank you. I got an elytra. If I slow it down, maybe I can make this lock on to chicken only. We can but try. In fact, maybe I can program this one focus on that, it's not going to stay. But it was worth a try. Also, if I take this block, I can reach some of this stuff. Like that. Although at the risk of having... Oh, and it fell down. Yeah, so I can remove that block. I certainly can't remove that one. But it's somewhat limited. And this is not actually working this way. So yeah, we're harvesting things into this chest first. And not necessarily able to use this chest for anything useful. Although I'll tell you, I bet if I broke this chest... Well, no. No, that's not a dispenser, is it? So it's just going to back up. If I break this chest, it will just back up. So for now, I will grab that. And I will check out the state of my chicken capacitor. Yeah, so you could call this a tube chicken amplifier, right? And it is one where you can harvest eggs if you want them. But all the same, this is not working perfectly, I would say. So let's do a little redesign. If I take this now gets all of the output. Which so far is mostly egg. The occasional piece of chicken. It shouldn't be killing them that enthusiastically, but I mean, we do what we can, I guess. So now if I do this, it's going to be a slightly different angle. I can go like this. It may or may not be stopping. Okay, so now let's program this with chickens only, or feathers as well. It's going to take it a while to deal with this. At which point it's firing only eggs through to here, and this is still all about trying to manage the exploding chicken reactor. So now I can dump eggs into here and it will fire all of the eggs. And let through only feathers and raw chicken. But it's already eaten up all of the eggs. So if I can get it backlogged to have only eggs in here, And I guess, okay, so I needed to fill the droppers as well. Which maybe I can. Then I don't have to worry about having these blocked. Okay, so here's the next plan. And if anybody wants to pass the night, that would be fine. Otherwise, I'll manage. Just saying I'm game for that. Owies. Am I getting attacked by a meanie? I think I must have been getting attacked by a meanie. So if we do that and are able to keep it that way, then it can only have eggs pass through. But we can't really keep it that way, but here's some other eggs showing up, so we can reload it. And reload it some more. Ooh, it's running too fast. I can't load it fast enough. Honestly, if I was to go for a favorite, I'd probably have to say it was Sine. I always get back to Sine. It's really quite good. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Looks like with this off, we're powering this constantly, which seems to be locking this hopper. That probably has an effect on how it's been working, and that we're continually locking and unlocking it. I could also put a and honestly, I feel like these guys should be laying faster than this, but here we are. Okay. 5 eggs, 11 eggs. Maybe we're not locking it after all. Gotta see if it increases in number. If this increases in number, we can make the chicken reactor and have it fire only eggs through, and that seems like an interesting enough thing to do. We shall see. No, we have locked it, haven't we? I'm not quite sure how. But we're clearly got stuff stacking up here. Meaning we can start to load up that dropper. Man, this is a noisy machine. And it's not always safe harvesting the eggs like this, but this is the overflow section. Oh, I hear Zombert. Here's the main area of the chicken reactor. The pressure should overflow over to here when it needs to. I'm pretty sure I heard a tiny zombie. We are still losing the occasional chicken, but it is currently not flowing. So this is giving me a fair chance at loading this thing up before we start it up again. I feel like if I have 16 and 16 in every one of these slots, and they're laying fast enough, it'll take a while for it to empty itself. And if it's entirely full of egg, it's not going to be full of... See, like that. If it's entirely full of egg, it won't be full of, like, raw chicken and feather. And the whole strange monstrosity of a thing can continue. But I'm pretty sure dropper has to be full. Maybe also this... well, no, this item hopper has to pass through everything. But it won't be able to feed anything not an egg into there if it's in fact actually full. So this is going in a direction. You know, whether it's a direction that matters or helps is a completely other story. Okay. You know, I could have let him through into this area. This is a large glass area. Oh, no, wait, I couldn't, because that is a solid glass area through which the item elevator works. Who's got eggs? Gotta grab some more eggs. Very good. I absolutely hear monsters. I see monsters. One of those is a baby zombie monster. That's what hit me last time. Jerk. Down into the depths with ya. We're losing some chickens in the process. But the concept is sound. Okay. Ready to go into maximum overload and see how well this persists. Engage. So are they able to lay fast enough to stop this from emptying? Oh, there's stuff's getting through. It's kind of eroding though. I'm having to hand maintain it. Okay, let's watch it go for a bit. So if any of those goes down to 0, it will be able to let other stuff through, at which point the system will not be working at full efficiency. It looks like it's counting them all down bit by bit. Although occasionally one gets counted up, but they don't seem to be in a good order. Like those are down to 12. And I'm kind of watching to see when they get added. I think everything's getting pulled through this. So there's one way I can fix this. That's not how. Okay, so stop that for the moment. Eggs are getting through here. So the way to make that work is to fill the... Well, no, the problem is if I fill this up with stacks of chicken and feathers, it'll start emptying out. So that's not the best way of doing it. But all the same, it'll slow it down. So now there's stacks in there, and that's in there. It's working through a stack of chickens. So we'll top that up. We'll top that up. It's emptying as well as it can, but it can only go so fast. And the chicken machine is expanding. We can top that off. I do not remember how to lock any of those things in place, but it's looking like this is kind of working. Oh, thank you for passing the night, by the way. This is a silly, noisy, messy business, so I wonder how you do that. Can they pass through when powered? Do you have to power it in order to let it pass through only the stuff that's in it? Except for that would be what it was doing, that's the thing. Let's take those feathers out. Yep, all the laying is going into the feedback loop. We are having total chicken overload, as I had originally hoped. You can check on the pressure gauge by how many of them are squished out here. And then I can get attacked by a baby zombie as soon as I swim over here. I hear you, baby zombie. I'm not interested in your nonsense. Okay, so here's where some of that stuff comes through. Here's where I fill that stack up again and load this up. And you know, at this stage I can leave it to manage itself. It's going to up the chicken density quite high. There's probably ways that I could design the internal of that so that it would be a solid mass of chicken rather than only the floor. Like if they have areas that they can jump up on that are one high, that would cause more available space. So that's going to keep going. that's going to start letting eggs through, but I'm probably going to want to let eggs through at some point. And we can catch back up on that later. It being a ridiculous thing. Got about a half an hour before making... Oh, and this... You need to grow. I want to make... And I don't know where the dumb trader showed up. Didn't want him in my place. Or to have the llama spitting at my parrot. Maybe I should make a cat house so that the cat can be elsewhere than sitting in a... I mean, I'm very tempted to, like, the cat house can be the chicken. I kind of like the feeling. I like that. I should come up with a way of making that happen. It'll be that's kind of messed up. I will not deny that that's kind of messed up. But all the same. Like, it's one way of dealing with this. Especially once I start getting enough stacks of eggs in here that it can be restarted from scratch. I feel like all they need to do is make a space for those to come in, where the cat can get up somewhere and then jump down and have a lot of fun with the chickens, and that can be in addition to the chicken farm. Oh, I recognize that sound. Heck with you guys. Do not need a trident throwing guy. It is bad for the old health. Oop. Okay. Grow please. Something about this I'm failing to understand. I think I'm in the wrong biome or something. I don't think that's going to work. Not after hitting it with that many bone meals. I'm going to save the bone meal. And save this and figure out where I need to plant it. Pale oak sapling. Because here is not going to answer my needs there. Oh, I wonder if you can harvest these with water. Oh, it needs a 2x2? Dang it, and I went and killed that unfortunate guy that was breaking into my house. Oops, well... That goes in here then. It needs a 2x2. I have one of three. Of four, rather. Oops is, I think, the word for that. I done screwed up. And I had plenty of emeralds. I could have gotten it if I wanted to. I was hasty. More fool me. Well, I do have an idea. It's not a nice idea, but it's an idea. I can put those feathers where the other ones are, surely. Oh, And one of the leads sounds like it'll be in order. Now hopefully this goes well. I can't be sure. There, we can at least look consistent. Katie, stairway. Katie, stairway's coming. Kitty stairway in the direction of being able to eat a bunch of chickens, just to see what happens. Huh? Okay, well that was something of a derp, but no matter. Oh, lost one. So if Kitty can come up here, and go over here, and come down here and enter. Oh, except for now I can't get back out, but I can go wee, spush, and be attacked by the tiny baby monster. Oh, okay, well thank you. Somebody brought the stuff, including the 3 that I need one more. Cool. I mean, technically I could have gone on the grand journey of having to go out and find them somewhere. But you can see that really what I'm doing is building weird chicken machines and doing terrible things with cats. Not terrible to the cat, though. It's going to be the happiest cat in the world. Assuming, of course, that this all works out properly, because there is the possibility that it goes wrong. You see, you're already trying to run. Oh! Okay, that got you out of the boat. Cool. Come with me. You're going to have the most fun of any Minecraft cat ever. And I am a bad person, but not to this cat. Okay, and release the leash. How do I release the damn leash? I feel like I'm not releasing the leash, and that's unfortunate. How far can a leash stretch before it snaps? Oh, he really wants to go now, doesn't he? Alrighty, how do I release a damn lead? I'm not sure I will be able to. No, Kitty is in hunting mode. There is no undoing this one. Okay, that did it. Here is the shrapnel. I'm thinking Kitty is in there somewhere having the time of his life. Oh, yep, and there's the lead. We are generating very large numbers of eggs. Nothing in the dropper anymore. So there we are, it's the remaining part of the machine. When it is well and truly done, I will go and open it up once it's nothing but eggs and rebuild the machine. There's going to be a very full cat in there. It's going to be a round cat. It's going to be Garfield, but with chicken rather than lasagna. Give me that. Oh, didn't realize that was not a... No, it is. It's a corner. There we go. I don't have a shovel. Also, I'm surprised I'm not seeing more raw chicken and feathers at this stage, but here we go. I can at least pump this up a little bit more. Technically, this means I'm throwing eggs at the cat, too, but seems legit. I don't think we will hurt the cat in the process of doing that. Alrighty. Laters, or you? There, now I can swim under here more easily. I must admit I'm a little puzzled. Where's Kitty? I hope Kitty didn't asphyxiate in there. That would be sad. I mean, not as sad for the chickens, but then there you go. I don't see any of the little scuffle marks. Oh no, there is. I think that was the sign of Kitty going ham. Because you see these foofs sometimes. But then you see other larger foofs, which I believe is the sign of the kitty who has just dove into the middle of all of this and is going ham. So apparently that's going to still be the thing. We shall see. I don't think kitties drop anything, so I don't know if there's a way that I can find out whether Kitty survives. Anywho, back to some of the other tasks. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to be thawing out foods. Well, here's a good task. I needed to plant bamboo all over everything. But I can clear out these trees, and then I will have saplings for doing this again. Plus a bunch of this neat colored wood. And that seems good. Man, it drops a lot of little floaty leaves everywhere. Thank you for passing the night. These are convenient trees to cut down. Gotta say, I approve of the design. All you gotta do is jump up onto the stump and then you're pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Yep, that ought to work. Now this boat can go back into the water now that we have successfully used it. So one of the things I was wondering is something that I can check out here, which I believe I'll need to do with, yeah, this. That's going to be a nope. So a thing I was going to see is whether you can harvest bamboo with water. I know I can get those torches up with water. Nope. And that has some interesting possibilities. It means that I can do a funky water thing using only bamboo. Oh, and there's my sapling technique. One more. If you would like some, you have some. Here, you wanted some? There's a couple for me. And I can go around picking these up. Boop. Hang on, did it harvest these? I mean, so far so good, yes, but... Oh, that went in one direction only. No, it does not. But this is doing a fine job of picking these up more easily than just breaking them. And then I can put the bamboo. Having the occasional trouble picking them up. That's going to be a little quicker than any other way. Bada-boop. Almost done. Boop. Bamboo time. Oh, apparently I have one TNT. I'll put it in the valuable box, which also does duty as the don't mess with this box. Okay, so pale oak goes up here, as with these logs. All of the free, that can go there. That can go there, and this can go here. Sticks, always good. Torches. More torches. Okay, it looks like bedtime is arriving though. Well, maybe not just yet. It's more awkward than it needed to be. I'm not clicking on the right keys, that's all. Click on the wrong keys and I wind up stopping myself by planting a spoke in my own wheel for values of wheel that equal moving to the side. But at least we're getting cool funky music. It's a jam. Yeah, you know, one of the things I am looking forward to do, which is going to be along the lines of the musician whose albums I used to do, who was like, oh no, go ahead and make music. I need to fire up Soft Clock and do a bunch of stuff regarding that. That's what a lot of this has been moving towards. Like, that was a big piece of what I'm going to need to get back into music making again, even though I haven't actually done it. It is the missing piece between being able to do those just vague jammy things like I did with God, what am I talking about? The Cape plate music. The music that was basically just like, yeah, this is a piano, and this is just a groove with the piano and a synthesizer and stuff like that. But doing one with an actual groove, or indeed a odd time groove, like the progressive rock and Zappa that I grew up on. Like, what I'll need is that kind of reference information so that I can make the kind of music I'd like to hear, but with the tools I need to be able to do it, seeing as I'm not all that good. And when that is in place, it becomes the thing of being able to just sit down one day, anytime I have the chutzpah to do it, right? Once I'm actually motivated, I'm like, no, now is the time to do this. Then I get to sit down and just kind of go, and music just starts happening. And generally people are fairly favorably disposed to it when it works that way, because it's got that alive human quality, because that's the way it's being made. It's a really worthwhile way to go about that kind of thing. Give me that back. Not on the beach. How's my kitty doing? Are we laying waste to all the chickens, or have the chickens smothered the kitty? Which would be sad, but it's a wild, untamed beast. Which will succeed, the chickens or the cat? Well, we sure have a lot of eggs, I do know that. Eggs are everywhere, but I do not know whether the cat actually survived. It's the way it would have wanted to go. Maybe a little more hardcore than necessary, but... Kitties have that sort of immigrant song hardcore aspect, where it's like battle with the cajillion chickens. And it's not like the chickens were actually hurting the kitty. I think Kitty just got smushed by too many chickens is what happened. But I don't know. There's bamboo back at spawn, you know. I'm putting this bamboo here to keep. I'm going to cover the entire island with nothing but bamboo and path, and then see if anything spawns. See if things even can spawn, or if they can no longer spawn. Because I don't think they can spawn on path. Oh, well, so much for that shovel, but I can make another. Very powerful shovel. Boop, boop. Time to make another power shovel. Another right shovel. So it's going to be a funny little experience here. I'm going to need to make a dock over there. Clearly that's the next step. Boop. Shall I widen it further? Yeah, it seems fine. And then kind of continue it this way here and there. And here's our dock area. So there have been people walking here as well. Oh, I know, I'm going to put a campfire in here. Let's see about making that happen. Although, as soon as I make that campfire, I am then going to go and, let's see, what do I need for a campfire? I bet it's like wood or some variation on wood. Well, there's a bunch of wood. There's a bunch of sticks. And there's a piece of coal. Ooh, I need log. Coal, stick, log, not plank. Okay, got it. And please stop doing that, thank you. There are some logs. I could make some more. We could make a giant, massive campfire. How would that be? Oh, by all means, Unknown. It's hard to say. Like, I could attempt to do something and have it not come out correct. But I suppose there's no harm in trying. Okay, so giant bonfire concept here. Oh, I needed more coal. Fine, I can get coal. Coal can happen. Although, granted, that's a lot of charcoal. Do I need real coal? I guess we'll find out. Nope. So, here's how you make a really big campfire. Assuming I can make it on path. Possibly I can't. Go Mongo-sized campfire. Makes it look like it's a little higher than it is. And let's make sure we can safely get around it without burning ourselves. And I can put a chest out there with like food and stuff. Or, here's a thought. What's that cooking machinery that you can get? Isn't a smoker what you use in order to cook food more fast? I've got the logs. What I don't have is a furnace on me, but then that can be done. And I would not be surprised if I can place that underneath the campfire that is burning. If not, it won't be that much trouble to update it. I'm betting this is the thing for making foods. So if then I bring a bunch of foods, for instance cod, and also a spare chest for putting it in. Well, hey, the campfire ends up becoming... Well, let's see if this works, first of all. Yup. All I need to do is put charcoal in there. And we are off and running. Just don't jump in the fire. You burn yourself. Looking good. Ooh, echoes. Did I get the log? Okay. Off to defrost food and get ready for dinner. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. In about 15 minutes, I will go and have tacos properly this time, rather than playing games until the middle of the night. Crafty man, you're being crafty. Well, I am going to do my form of crafty, which mostly involves planting a whole buttload of bamboo. That may not seem like craftiness, but it's good enough for me. I'm very curious to find out whether this makes the whole area spawn-proof. Seems like that will be fun to discover. Regarding the campfire, I enjoy the fact that it is a cooking tank. Is it eating fish out of itself? Is that what it does? That doesn't make any sense. I would not have thought that it would eat fish out of itself. I thought that you just picked it back up. But that's kind of even better. I'm not sure whether that wasn't maybe you doing it. Does it really do that? It was called a smoker, not a toaster. Well, I guess it made a Minecraft toaster. A toaster for the eating of fish. have to be careful I don't back into the fire. There we go, here's another area. Not on the beach, please. Lovely. Alright, it's going to be a weird little island when I'm done with it. I'm telling you. It's going to be a little weird. Alright, now we see how the demonic machine is doing. I honestly don't think Kitty survived. We would have fewer chickens in here if Kitty survived. Kitty got a goodly number of them, but all the same, they were too much. But the wild kitty died gloriously in Valhalla. I tell you what. But I'm going to need to shut off the machine. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab all of the chicken and feathers and stuff, leaving only a double chest entirely full of eggs. Or at least soon it will be. And I think we probably have enough chickens in here now. They're going right out the end. I could also do a thing where I like build a fireplace on there and then get to cook chicken out of it. The pressure only is taking them out this far. So full double chest of eggs should be enough for that scenario. No reason to force this to happen. We'll just put these in here. That is, in fact, the full double chest of eggs. And soon everything else will be full of eggs too. Although oddly not that. Oh, it's because they have it locked, that's why. So then it will be 2 double chests of eggs, which is fine. At which point I come up with some way of, like, removing the chickens and starting anew. We'll see how long it takes for it to ramp up. The terrifying, dastardly machine that is the chicken bomb. Sorry, reactor. I should be calling it a chicken reactor because we're on YouTube and stuff. Also, what about doing something with this stuff, maybe? Well, one thing for sure is I don't need... Like, the empty shulker box can sit in its own place. Those things are all ready to go. Bonfire's looking great. That successfully cooked a bunch of cod, so now we're also going to cook a bunch of chicken. And I could also donate feathers to spawn. Also, regarding having valuable things, I have my ender chest just hanging out and not using it for anything. Okay, so now I'm waiting. Next thing that happens is somebody's going to build like a smiley face down here. Well, we do have that up there. So let's see. Organic things can include these feathers here. Wood-related things can include this stuff here. And a steak. We can have both of those shulker boxes hanging out here. Got plenty of string. And cobble can go there. Let's pass the night. Oh, I shouldn't have passed the night so quick. Well, I'll have other chances. It looked pretty cool over there with the giant bonfire. It does actually look like a giant bonfire, which I figured it would. I did that on purpose. I knew that was what was going to happen. It is meant to look like a giant-ass bonfire. Other stuff. I don't know why I don't have a diamond sword. I could have one anytime I wanted. Or maybe I do and it's in the ender chest. Yup. Also, what's the deal with the map? What's up with this map? Is this a map that exists? This is exactly the same as the previous one, but I think it has not been expanded. Let's go and see whether it's any different than the other one. Okay. I must have expanded it once. Seems legit. It is the older map, though, so it has not been updated. So, nothing much to that, really. Don't need this thing. You'd think it would burn. So how's my terrifying chicken monstrosity doing? Well, that's still going, but I didn't shut it off. It doesn't have an off switch. This is all full of eggs. This is getting full of stuff, but only at a more normal rate. And this is off, and we're not going to turn it back on again. I fear Waffles has bit it. Waffles died of eating too many chickens. That's clearly what happened. That is Kitty Valhalla in a nutshell. How's this doing? Pretty well. Okay, so now, getting bamboo rapidly. That should do nicely. One more burst. I think that actually wore out my sword a fair bit, but it was definitely fun. And it got me lots of bamboo, which is what I wanted. I think I can cover every last inch of this island other than paths and bonfires with bamboo, don't you? I think that seems like a reasonable plan. This goes a little bit like this. Same technique as planting lots of trees. Covers a surprising amount of ground very quickly. Yeah, the wild kitty died a hero, battling all the burbs in the world. Tomorrow I will have stir-fry chicken in his memory. Probably going to want to take these away at some point too. But for now, it's fine. Did I miss any? No, that's legit. They're just spaced weird. It's weird how this kind of thing could be so satisfying. It's such a silly thing to do, and yet that's kind of half the point of it. It's like, nah, I feel like doing this weird thing. Why not? Let's see how that goes. I'll probably end up still with a bunch of bamboo. And that all got chopped down amazingly fast, too. Hitting the wrong buttons again. Okay, that's every inch of this area. And it really does grow real fast. I started with this not so long ago. You can't even get through it anymore. Although granted, with a handy sword, absolutely you can. And I might end up needing one. I'll cut my way out and replant after myself. There we go. Got there. Love it. Perfect. No notes. do I have the entire area on the other side of this taken care of? I think I probably do. Yep. And it can only go up to the eaves of the house, too. Interesting challenge, finding your way through the bamboo maze. It's a fairly cleverly laid out thing. It really does let you through, kind of, but then also it kind of totally doesn't. I like that. It's a sort of naturally occurring kind of thing. Meanwhile, while I'm busy doing that, I might as well take the opportunity to do some of this. That's a full stack. I can probably go from there. Can replant if I need to. And unless anybody really needs to, I will get to have a glimpse of the bonfire area among all the bamboo. Well, it's not really grown up properly yet, though. The look of this environment at night looks cool. Moon through the bamboos and all. That said, I do not have it spawn-proofed yet, so I am going to go and sleep. I'm pretty sure once I'm done with all of that... Hey, Jonathan. Pretty sure once I'm done with all of that, it will be good and spawn-proof. And that'll be interesting. That was the burb. Not there, like having a beach, a proper beach. However, oops. So this is what you call a lawn. Tall grass. Oh, not on the beach, thank you. Tough grass, too. I mean, I could plant it on the beach, I just don't feel like it. Look at these big old salmon. The old diamondback sturgeon is swimming along, minding his business one day. No, I don't think I missed any. Plenty more where that came from. Especially since I could go to any other area carrying a sword and get a stupid amount of bamboo very quickly that way. It's really quite fast. But I don't need to just yet. Wow, you can just stack them up, can't you? You can keep adding them at the base. Or maybe you can, maybe you can't. Maybe I misunderstood. I thought you could. Stand back a little farther. What I might do when dinner is done and I've had my tacos is for doing my exercises, as long as I give myself enough time, I can go and do my exercises while listening to an episode of Not a Drop to Drink by Loading Ready Run. I'm sort of in the middle of the first series. It is a podcast which is a Vampire the Masquerade game that comedy troupe played with their friend Jacob being the game master. Jacob is a very good game master. Wow, how close am I to being done? I'm close to being done. As long as I don't step in the fire, let's see how we can do. That might be it. That might be it. Now it's just a waiting game. See how much of it grows by the time the stream is over. Oh no, the terror of the chicken bomb. Eggs. 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 Eggs, eggs, and more eggs. I don't know how they're getting through here, though. Oh, can't go up there. I don't think any further chickens are getting killed. I think the pressure relief valve has done its job. Oh, stand corrected. No, maybe one of them was... No, they're not... They're not getting hit by anything being thrown up from up there. So you know all I have to do in order to completely finish that off is throw one lava bucket in the water. That would work. Be grim, but it would work. Meanwhile, that is done. Over to the next batch. Owies. Fortunately, that didn't hurt too bad. There's my burb. Let's see, how about putting some of these things in here? Oh, cod can go where it's supposed to. That can go there. Do I have other fish that I could cook? Also, the bed can go somewhere else too. And these certainly can go here. Not that I can't get more. I can most easily get more. Oh, okay, salmon. There's the other food. Eight paper. Let's put the bamboo all in one area so we can see where it's at. There we are. So clearly what I need to do is also plant some jungle trees, or at least something interesting and amusing here. Meanwhile, don't need that. I don't know whether this is going to be spawn-proof or not. I can move that, and I don't think I need that there. I'll move that. Oh, and somebody's doing a little cooking, or was. Okay. I mean, that stuff's there for a reason. So follow the paths around to the docks. How's that smoker doing? Pretty well. There's only one raw cod, a bunch of raw salmon. This needs to be cooked before it goes bad. And then I can give it to spawn or whatever. This place is developing a real vibe. It's a nice thing to do over the course of a couple of days. Oh, it's going to be this tall. Do I have my fishing rod on me? Can you fish like through the bamboos? Probably. You could certainly fish off of this. So that's the tip. And it's already starting to look kind of cool. It's not easy to see past all the bamboo, but you can. Over to the big permanent, old big permanent bonfire. Could put more beds in. There we go. So there's different places to sleep over there. Then, if you want the guest spot. Ooh, and a shulker box with a bunch of stuff in it. So, one of the things I could do is put extra food over where this is. Somebody was doing a pig farm, clearly. Oh, and I'd have to put it on top of this to get that out. Could put this bare shell somewhere. Oh, I actually have to pick it back up again. So there's a whole lot of Minecraft food over in these parts. Meanwhile, how's this craziness doing? Oh, still losing a few of them. That's still off, which is good, and that's how it's supposed to be. That's still full. I've got vines. I need to put a couple of vines on there so that I can climb up. More feathers for the feather collection, if we can fit them. It's going to be time to make a run for stocking up spawn soon. And let's see, what the hell else was I doing? Oh, I can simply put this over here where some of this other stuff is. You know, this is the point at which I could start flying around if I wanted. Nobody says I couldn't. I was given an elytra. In fact, I think I have... Hang on. So that I was given. I got one of these, and I had a magic book kicking around in here somewhere. Sure do. So that'll be great. And irons. So, plunk that guy down. Oh, it already has mending on it. Alrighty. I thought maybe I would need to put mending on it. I'm enjoying the vibe of this place starting to grow up. The ludicrous numbers and the way in which I think it is spawn proof. I think that's actually spawn proof. I don't think it'll actually let anything spawn there. So let's see. We've got a bunch of paper. We've got a bunch of sugarcane for if I need to make more paper. I can grow more of that pale oak, but I've got some of it already. It seems like a nice material. I got a bunch of sand, so I could make a bunch of glass. I can place another andiron. Bing. Oops. Did I drop that on my own head? What just happened? There you go. That's more like it. Okay, andirons around the fancy chest, and there's my little scenario there. I remember. So this is dark, but it's Minecraft, so that's kind of how that goes sometimes. We can make a bunch of fried chicken much quicker than this. here's how. Oh, and I wanted to get some vines so that I could climb up. I remember that was what I was going to do. Come on. Wouldn't it be fun if you could climb the bamboo? Just, yep, up we go. Vines. Yup. So this is going to be pretty grim. In that special Minecraft way, I should be able to deal with all of the chickens this way. Oh, it fell on the slab? Okay. Understand. They're pretty densely packed, I gotta say. So where's my silk touch pick? Here we go. Suddenly, many fewer chickens. And I lost the piece of glass because I melted it. But then, you can do this. Wait a minute, is it just... Seriously? I think I know what it's doing, but I don't like it. It's drinking the bloody lava source block back. Okay, this I gotta see. Well, that's messed up. Not as messed up as what I was trying to do, but that's still pretty messed up. Let's see if I can even get through this. There we go. I do have some more vines, so I could make a way of getting up there too. Okay, you ridiculous thing. Wow. It sucks all the lava back up after itself. Well, very impressive, but not actually what I had in mind. Although I will say that means other things can be done with it. So some days this is what life feels like. I'm amazed that it's able to suck all of the lava back into the bucket. That's crazy. Oh, speaking of which, let's go and put the vines here. So I can climb back up. And let's put vines here. I will leave it doing its thing while I go and pass the night. which I can't do here anymore. Oops. I guess we'll find out whether this can be spawned in. Oh, apparently not. I don't have to wait that long. Okay, it's time for the massive squawk-a-doom. All these eggs. And apparently I can pick the lava bucket back up again. So I didn't expect all... I know, it's horrible. Minecraft, man. So a bunch of them just burst back into the regular chamber. Although I tell you what, I can deal with some of that stuff. Or perhaps not. I have no plan to do any spectral anything. Ooh. Huh. If I put this in there, it will eventually end up going through the system, and the dropper will probably throw it out and it will float down a little river and go into that part of the machine. But for now, the system is down. So it's now effectively a egg machine, and I should go and get a spare chest so that I can, or maybe we can leave this here. We can leave that there. All of that was pre-cooked. This is probably done, and I can do another sec. I will admit that there are things that I could think to do with this spectral thing. I don't have the code for it, that's the thing. I do not have the code for such a endeavor. And that definitely slows matters down some. Yeah, regarding how evil and nasty that was, you must understand I've been playing Minecraft for a heck of a long time. And it has a coarsening effect to you. You just wind up doing that kind of stuff. It's like, hey, look, I made a machine. And you kind of gloss over the fact of like, gosh, if this was real, it would be awful. Which it would. Let me see, put the bed somewhere? Perhaps bed on the roof? So this is for fishing aficionados. You can just sleep and fish and sleep and fish and sleep and fish. Cole, you will have to work it out. It's not impossible. Oh, people can ask for coding stuff in Minecraft streams. Don't worry about that part. No reason you shouldn't be able to do that. No, what? Oh, I had a diamond shovel on me already. Okay, so here's our kit. Yeah, no reason you shouldn't ask. As far as server info, I don't know what to tell you. You might be able to work it out. Watch closely. I see I've been going for 5 hours, 20 minutes, and 19 seconds, and it is 4:58, which means it's almost time for me to go and have dinner. And that's the bit I wanted to do there. Here's the number of chickens we've got left in here. So if I turn this machine on, it will gradually begin building up the chicken reactor once more. Or at least that's what I thought it was going to do. Let's find out. That's what it's designed to do. Oh, I see what's happening. We are going to see chicken reactor in 10, 9, 8, 7. We're going to have to. 6, 5, 4, 3. And away we go. So I am not going to leave the stream in this condition. That would be not awesome. Although I see I can go and pick up the stray bit here. And then technically I don't need this to be here anymore. Wait. You guys weren't supposed to be able to get out of there. Well, I'll deal with that in a moment. Not quite ready to deal with this, but in this way we seal the chicken chamber once more. Boy, we can't do this very well, can we? Farewell, mighty beast. So here's where the zombies keep coming from. But I'm not going to deal with them right now. It'll be coming soon enough. Meanwhile, I am not wanting... random chickens running around out in the overworld like this. I know I could get them stuck in the bamboo forest. That's an alternate way of doing things. I'll go and pick up the rest of those blocks later. Bit of a loud and strident Minecraft music today. And now it's been through most of those. And for that matter, I probably should put some torches or lights here, but don't see any spawns. I don't think I got any spawns. Although there should have been possible to have spawns on the sand, surely? Maybe not. Maybe sand can't spawn anything. So, boop. More of that. Final batch. Let's see how tall the environment has grown. So this is pretty well finished, but this stuff is still kind of busy going. Stone, other stuff. I could replenish the charcoal from there, though. A little more of that for good measure. Let's get the rest of that glass up. I should not be requiring... Yeah, it's really going. So that's good for any purpose. I won't be needing that anymore. And I shouldn't be requiring this. This was more or less a proof of concept. So if I chop all these down, they will end up floating and I'll be able to pick them up. Also, I do note it is, in fact, 5. Those will be floating to the surface soon enough. I will pick them up before I log off, but then it's going to be dinner time. Bet you didn't know glass cubes floated. But they do. Voila, back to original. Also, I do not like random sea chickens. Nor do I like getting attacked by random baby zombies. Overshot. Overshot again. Undershot. What am I doing? Well, among other things, I'm waiting for the glass blocks to float up again. Today is not a day of going and digging the, oh, I guess these vines just grow everywhere, don't they? It's going to end up covering the entire place. How about not? I can get more. Yeah, it's going to end up covering the entire place. So maybe I don't want to use vines for this. They're a little bit too ambitious. They're going to go everywhere. So I do want, can you plant vines on bamboo? That would be awesome. But I don't know if that's necessarily true. Also, can you cut vines with silk touch? No, apparently not. Okay. We'll make a ladder or something later. So how much has this ramped up by now? Honestly, a goodly amount. That's really starting to kick off again. These are pure overflow. That's going to continue to run as long as it can. I will maybe wait until it's done. Yeah, and the various devices really going. Oh, and look at how many are floating up there. Because that other one's not going anywhere near as fast, is it? Mm-hmm. And it's empty. Okay, that's all she wrote. It's not going to instantly come back to full chicken reactor, but that is a chicken reactor, and this is a bamboo island. Maybe it would be fun to like put a roof on it, like bamboo slabs roof on the top of all those blocks. That could be amusing. That or parkour. As in, continue jumping on the top of those until you reach the canopy. not as easy as it seems. Bamboo is one of the least fun parkour things I'm given to understand. Ironically, with all of that nonsense with chicken, I'm actually quite hungry, so it is definitely dinner time. I'm just going to put away some of my random junk, including my glass block. Always love those glass blocks. This needs updating. When do they update? What does it take to get these suckers? Do you walk around with them? Looks like it did. How about the other one? Oh, not much to see there, honestly. Well, that ought to do it then. Looks like it did update. Take it off the wall, and then it ends up looking like it should. That's a bamboo-y looking place. You can barely see the beaches. Alrighty. And as the sun sets over the burb I'm not going to harm, it's time to head off and go and have some dinner and do my, if I do it in enough time, I can watch that Loading Ready Run thing. I've got it on a DVD. It's Not a Drop to Drink, the first series. I'm on like episode 4. And I'll come up with something to post for plug-in this weekend. Because me being on a chill week doesn't necessarily mean I don't have anything to post. And we'll probably get back into the grind of plug-in making and perhaps even music making in upcoming weeks. But until then, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.